Hello and welcome to the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center CSA Team National Championships. We are set for women's semifinals this morning. My name is Jackson Bragman. Alongside, I'll give you the same introduction I gave you yesterday. He's my boss. He's my friend. He's one of the great American squash players we have today. Is one and only Spencer Lovejoy. Yale alumni Spencer Lovejoy representing his Bulldogs this weekend. Presented the Skillman Award to one Yash Vata yesterday. Now here he is. And join me on comms this morning. It's John Safi.
You're giving me far too much credit there, Jackson. I'm just trying to keep up with you here in the commentary box. So, pleasure to be here and excited to watch. Yeah, some great squash today. We got Trinity versus UPenn. They are what are the rankings, Jackson?
Trinity's #1 in the nation. Penn is #4, but as we talked pretty extensively about on the broadcast yesterday, and as Gilly and I have talked a lot about on the Squash University podcast the past couple of weeks, is that the women's rankings are so tight. There's no runaway favorite this year. All of these teams have kind of beaten one another. Penn's beaten Princeton. Princeton has beaten Trinity, and Trinity has beaten Penn directly when those two went at it in the regular season 6-3. So it's kind of this round robin of different results, and everyone's kind of beating everyone, and everyone's so close. And Penn is a team that last year got off to a 10-0 start and kind of crumbled when it came to nationals just due to a myriad of different injuries for Jack Wyatt's program. This year they're as close to full health as they've been in a while, so definitely have a very real chance of taking down the #1 Bantams this year in Lauren Patrizio's first year in Hartford. Jana Safi, a senior for the Bantams, great career for Trinity. Franka Vidovic in her sophomore year for Penn.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that the season is way more exciting when there's not one team that's kind of dominating the entire field.
Yeah.
And it seems that this year there's been a lot of upsets, and any team could win the championship. So I think it'll be interesting to see who's your pick going into this weekend for the women's teams for the champion.
I believe I picked Harvard on the podcast, so I think I'll stick with that. I do think it's gonna be the Harvard Crimson. Last year was the first year. This is a great straight kill from Safi, a big roar here early, getting yourself back into this first game. But I think that Harvard is going to be a bit too strong. And last year it was Trinity versus Princeton in the finals. That had to have been the first time that Harvard wasn't featured in the national championship final, and I don't know how long. They've been so good and so dominant. And this year they're so strong, really throughout the lineup, but especially at the top. That 1 through 4 is pretty fantastic when you're looking at surrounding game. Caroline Fouts in her freshman year, who you know very well, Spencer, and then you have Lucy Stefanoni, Marina's sister, and Habib Al-Dafraoui. That's a dangerous top 4. It's going to be very hard for teams to win at the top. So maybe if one of these three teams is able to sneak 1, maybe 2 wins at the top, then they have a chance to win at the bottom. But that's a tall task against this Harvard team who's deep, and yesterday won at the bottom as well against Yale. So it's going to be really interesting. Well, this is how it all shakes out.
This has been an explosive start to the first match here from Vidovic. She's really keeping a high pace here, and Safi's making a couple unforced errors.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm a bit surprised. I think that Jana Safi is probably my favorite player to watch in the women's game. Is an incredibly forward, incredibly attacking player, superb athlete, superb mover. Very hot and cold sometimes. Sometimes slotting nicks left and right, and sometimes smacking the ball into the tin. And she's off to a rough start here in this semifinal.
Yeah, pretty one-sided. Vidovic, strong physical player, very steady, and Safi is just struggling to find her range at the moment. That ball just flies out the back of the court.
You ever have any super athletic sort of catches when the ball flies out of the court? Do you ever have any memorable moments where you kind of caught the ball and everyone's kind of applauding?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Yeah, it's tough.
I always fumble it.
Yeah, Butterfingers. Those are high pressure situations.
It's the one where it hits the palm of the hand and just bounces right off. It's super embarrassing.
It's horrible. You'd almost rather it be kind of out of reach and you have to go up and make a great play, because then it's
exactly. It's always the ones where the easy ones that you mess up on.
It's true. That's a good scrape from Safi there. Seems like she's moving a little bit better here. She's found her footing. I think also worth noting for this weekend is we are in the midst of Ramadan, Spencer, and I don't know which players are fasting and who's fasting and who's not. I know a lot of the Penn girls are. I'm actually not sure if John is, but I know that a lot of the men and women are doing so this weekend, and that could factor into the energy levels and the endurance.
Yeah, I mean, I find it really impressive, the players who are able to play through Ramadan. I mean, obviously we have a big Egyptian contingent in the squash community, and most of them observe Ramadan, and they don't eat from sunrise to sunset, and they still train and play tournaments and stuff. And I remember a couple years back, Ali Farag actually won the British Open during Ramadan, not eating for the entire event, and most of his matches were scheduled like right before sunset, basically. So he'd have to go the entire day, play a brutal 60 to 90 minute matches, and then you finally get to go and eat, and you can't drink water either. So it's just brutal, like mental challenge. So yeah,
you'd have to get up pretty early in the morning and probably stuff yourself and make sure you kind of carbo load and
exactly
carry you through the day. But even then, it's tough. I mean, even when I go work out at 9 or 10 in the morning, I have a tough time doing anything. It's too physical. So yeah, all the kudos in the world as Safi's trying to march back here, but she's found herself in a big deficit. I feel like this would be a bit of an upset if the sophomore is able to come through here for the Quakers.
Yeah, but she's pushing back here. She just needs to kind of get her foot in the door, I feel, at the end of this game, because personally I always feel like if you're down big in a game and you just kind of throw the game, then you haven't really worked at all to get yourself in the match. And sometimes it helps a lot to even just try and get a few points towards the end of the game to show your opponent that you're up for it, and you're not going to just kind of go away. You're not just going to fold. So I think it's wise of her here to try and get something going, try and string together a couple good rallies, so that when she starts the second game, even if she loses this game, she can then have a better start in the second game, especially because it's early on in the match, and fatigue is not really an issue at this point. So
yeah, she has found a little bit more explosiveness off the tee than what was there in the opening portion of this first game. She's found her
finding her lines as well.
Yeah, it looks a lot cleaner from Safi. She just needs one more to close the door on this all-important first game for her.
That's good boast. Good working boast there.
That's really nice.
Just dying into the sidewall. You can see the fist pump there. She's feeling the momentum shifting slightly.
It's 4 straight points. She's done 10-5. I believe she's done 8-1 as well. Hanging in. And this is CSA center court, we should mention. Also, I don't think we actually... Oh, no let's given. We're back even at the tiebreak, but this is CSA center court, so we'll be hopping around from court to court as we did yesterday during the quarterfinals. If you joined us yesterday and you're back, thank you for joining us. If you're here for the first time, welcome. Thanks for joining us as well. And there's a stroke.
That's the first lead of the game for Jana Safi.
That is 6 straight points from 8-1 down, from 10-5 down. Wheels have come off a bit here for Vidovic. Oh no, she's missed the serve return.
That's a good soft
drop. That is a drop and a half. Safi had a little bit of trouble in Trinity's quarterfinal matchup yesterday.
Yeah, massive comeback from Safi
that's
there.
A huge comeback, wow. And 9-1 down in that opening game with Safi, and now battling her way to a first game win, and it feels like this is going to be tough for Franca to come back from. She's going to need a big time reset here.
It looks
Not
like on
sure
the
how
other.
the Penn coaching staff is split up today between Jack, Gilly, and Goose, but whoever's on our court will need to offer some words of wisdom. And yeah, not to cut you off there, Spencer.
No, I was just saying, looks like on the other courts, you got Lujan Palacios and Jana Ashmawi, both also taking very closely contested first games. So Trinity taking an early lead here in the first shift of matches.
I want to give some flowers here to our IT specialist. The CTO, as Timmy called him yesterday, Hanny, who has the quad box going today. We had two screens yesterday. We have 4 today. This is huge.
The quad box, that's a new one.
The quad box, like NFL Red Zone. Soon it'll be the Octo box next year. That's a next year project.
I think we can fit a few more screens on here.
Yeah, why not?
I think that'd be great for the viewers, honestly, to just be able to watch every match at the same time.
Yeah, it'll be like an ant-sized.
I mean, everyone knows that, in this
showing.
day and age, you have to get better and better at multitasking.
Today, more is more. More is more in today's day and age. Yeah, multitasking. And
No one only watches one program on television anymore.
No.
It's always at least 2 or 3. You got your phone. You're live streaming the.
Oh, and there's a roller. Safi wasting no time. I hope no one talked to her during the break because she was absolutely in flow state.
That has to be clipped for a shot of the tournament.
Oh,
surely.
delicious. Wow. As flat as a pancake, as Joey would say.
She let the hand go there and just ripped it.
Yeah, Safi is. And that's just a gorgeous line. These are great sequences, great choices with her shot choice.
Oh.
She's really taking it to Vidovic. She points to her temple. It's a high IQ rally, and Vidovic is really on her back foot now. This is going to be... She really needed that first game, it felt like, against a very talented Safi who very easily could play number 1 for this Trinity team.
Yeah, she's really found her range in her hand as well. Like, you can tell that her hand has loosened up a lot since maybe the early nerves in that first game.
Oh, nice.
Vidovic is just falling off the pace a little bit. She's got the physical edge, I think. So she needs to try and bring this match back into becoming a little more physical, into the longer rallies. Really just try and keep that ball out of the middle, contain on the side walls, to try and just regain a little bit of momentum here because it's getting away from her very quickly.
Totally agree. I mean, a lot of emotion here from Safi. She's really trying to will herself through this match.
So much easier to kind of get up for these kinds of matches in this kind of environment, though, Jackson. Having your whole team there. And,
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about that, the juxtaposition between that and now kind of playing on the Pro Tour. Sometimes you have Timmy or your fellow national team members there, or Taylor, or whoever, but a lot of times I'm sure you're going to events and you're by yourself, maybe no coach, no teammates, and it's a struggle. What's the difference there?
Yeah, I mean, I've always preferred playing for the team personally, you feel like you're playing for something a bit greater than yourself, which has always been helpful for me from a performance perspective. And, just having your coaches and teammates and, everyone, you're playing for them. You're not just playing for yourself out there. So, on the Pro Tour, sometimes you're just traveling to tournaments alone and, there's, no one really there for you. So you have to find some motivation within yourself to really get up for those matches.
We talked about it on the broadcast yesterday, but like someone like Andrew Douglas, I mean, he tried the Pro Tour and it just wasn't for him. And now, of course, is in law school at NYU and is doing great things. But kind of tried the Pro Tour, but talks about how he wished that he could be an eternal college squash player, and that's why he loved what you guys are doing so much with the NSL and the team format, and how great of an experience he had playing for Penn and playing under Gilly, and how close he was with all of his teammates. Some of those great Penn teams before the one that won the national championship last year with Lainen and Yash, of course, your roommate, who
legend,
last week.
Yash Bhargava. Yeah, no, and Andrew obviously always been a great team player. I played on Team USA with him many times, and he as well always played the best when he was playing with USA on his back, or for UPenn, or he was definitely one of those players that you could rely on when things came down to when things got tough. he'd put the team on his back,
Absolutely is.
But Jana Safi off to a great...
completely gotten away from Vidovic.
Yeah, she's nearly bageled her, honestly. She was 9-love there a second ago until Vidovic squeaked one winner. And that's 10-1 with 9 game balls.
So tell me if there's any merit to this, Spencer, as Palacios takes the second game from Trinity, and Haley Wong is really going to have to come through here at the number 7 spot. It looks like Penn cannot afford to go down 3-0 in the opening wave. But Jana, that last rally before the one we just saw, kind of flicked it up. She was kind of stuck in the back corner and kind of did that little high-arching straight scoop that lands above the service line and is semi-tight to the sidewall just to kind of reset the rally. When you're hitting a shot like that, I feel like that means that you're usually in your groove and you feel like you're in such a flow state that you're moving so well and you're so confident that you're going to get any ball back no matter where your opponent places it. As long as you get all the way back to the tee, I feel like that's almost a sign of a heat check of like, here's this free shot I'm going to give you. Like, I know I'm going to pick it up and I know I'm going to turn this rally around.
It's almost like an FU to your opponent because it's like, I'm feeling so comfortable right now. Like, I'm going to bunt this ball up and see if you can do anything with it. I'll never forget the match between Diego and Faraz Khan like 3 or 4 years ago at the NetSuite Open where Diego was literally like boasting the ball on the service line and just like seeing if he could finish the ball off for him. And Diego's such a good mover that he was just frustrating the hell out of him. So it can be very, very frustrating, especially if you're playing a player that's a really good mover, and it's just kind of demoralizing because you're like,
it's brutal.
I should be able to win this point. It's almost like the expectation is like, oh, this is a sitter, I should be able to hit a winner here. But against players who are maybe not the most naturally attacking as well, it's almost clever for like a counter puncher or a really good mover to kind of make them attack the ball so that they can then open up the court for you to do something.
Maybe you don't want to do a disclaimer. Maybe you don't want to do that against someone like Yusuf Yilmaz, perhaps.
Exactly, against players who are very have very good skill. It can be a bit more risky, but I think against players who are not the most natural attacking players, it can be a really good way to open up the court.
Here are the number 7s. John Ashmawi versus Haley Wong. Close, tight first game, and Wong now has a 2-point cushion here in the second. This is a huge game for the Quakers as Safi first back on court, well before Vidovic. Sending a message. She's not tired. She can go all day long. Here you see Francois Francis Gilpin, Bartlett Lane. Francois, right corner of your screen, coaching Franca through this match. We'll be checking in on the Princeton-Harvard match throughout the day as well. The other semifinal here. Had our inspector this morning. Caroline Fouts currently up 2-love on Molly Chadwick, taking the first 2 games in commanding fashion, 11-6, 11-4 Fouts. Stand-up freshman for the Harvard Crimson.
That number 1 match, Harvard versus Princeton, should be a good one between Zayn and Saran. Zaina was the individual champion. Saran was semifinalist?
Quarterfinals. So what's interesting about that actually is Zaina beat Saran in the quarterfinals of that event on the glass court at Open Squash. Chopped her, it wasn't even close. In a very quick fashion. Saran turned around the very next week and got Zaina back in 3 when Harvard played Princeton in a dual match. So very curious to see the outcome of that match. Obviously, Zaina's had an incredible season. CSA individual champ, didn't drop a game that whole event. And then, of course, beat Malika Faghi and the Penn Quakers a couple of weeks ago. Even though Penn ended up being able to win as a team in that result. So really fascinating to see how that match shakes out against Saran, who's also had an incredible season for Harvard in her junior year. And, of course, before Zaina won the individual event. In January, she was the reigning CSA individual national champion. So 2 talented players. Should be fireworks at the top of the lineup for Princeton and Harvard, absolutely. And that's the only, that hasn't finished yet. Caroline is up 2-love. Caroline trails with 3-1 in the 3rd game. Leanne Teo versus Molly Stoltz. Teo is up 11-4 in the first game and is up 6 or excuse me, it's 6-all in the second game, but takes the first game 1-love. And then Mira Singh winning the first game over Sonia Sasson 11-7. She leads 7-4 in game number 2.
And this is a key moment here for UPenn. Try and turn the tides in this number 7 matchup. They really need to get something going for them here. Down 2-love in both of the other matches at the moment.
It's a massive rally, obviously.
That's a good line.
Oh, this is great retrieval from Wong. It's a huge rally.
Yeah, big
Some
pressure.
major lactic acid building up in the legs of Haley Wong. Can she hang on? It's a massive rally. She knows that. Oh, and she's made the unforced error from the midcourt there. A little drop of the racket.
Yeah,
She'll be
clearly a bit
disappointed.
frustrated.
And, I mean, yeah, that should give John Ashmawi all the confidence in the world. Just put some major work into the legs of Haley Wong. Working her corner to corner there. Now with a game ball to take a 2-love lead over on court 3.
Tactical shoe tie there from Wong. Regrouping, trying to make a big push here to stay in the second game.
Frankovic hanging around here in the third against Safi.
What are some of your favorite stalling tactics, Patrick? Oh, and that's a big taxi to win the second game for Trinity.
It's a massive taxi, and felt like it was coming after that belter of a rally that we saw at 10-all. And Franca not going away quietly here. I'm not dodging your question, Spencer.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna let you dodge that one.
I really now. I think here's the thing. I think I'm much fitter.
You're a
than
very
I once
fair
was.
player, though. You don't stall much.
I try.
Yeah, you're also very fit, so you don't need much break.
Well, I'm fit now. I was a very unfit junior player, incredibly unfit.
So back in your unfit days, what were
In my
your
unfit days,
strategies
I was
for
honestly just
catching
pretty
your breath?
blatant about it. As I would, oftentimes I was so tired because I was so unfit. And I would get so nervous too. I get very worked up in my junior days. I would just kind of go to the sidewall and like put my hand up and like rest my head on the sidewall, or I would go to the back corner and I would just kind of like squat down for like 3 seconds and catch my breath. It was very bad. So I was very blatant about it. But I think I had an awareness of like what amount of time was appropriate where I was not going to be issued code of conduct. So it wasn't totally egregious, but it was.
So
I
you're
definitely
pretty
took a
subtle
few
with it.
extra
Yeah,
seconds.
you wouldn't like just do the blatant like untie your shoelace. And
No,
then retie
because
it
I think
and
that's
pretty blatant.
everyone knows.
It's a bit too mainstream too. You know, everyone does it.
Yeah,
so
everyone
it's like,
does
you
it.
gotta
So it's
be a
like
bit different.
even the goggles. It's like how often are the goggles actually fogging?
Right, exactly.
Now I don't know. That's why I wear headbands. People say Jackson, I don't think I'm sure you need a headband. But the sweat, I sweat so much that.
It's the tactical. Don't wear the headband, so you get a little bit extra sweat on your goggles, and you can take a break every once in a while.
There's a fall from Safi, and Vidovic wants to stop, and the referee will.
That was a fantastic retrieval there.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible movement from her. She's picking everything back up.
She's really trying to give one push here. We'll see Coach Asiante there in the bottom
lumbering
left.
through in the bottom left.
Yeah, but
Fist pump for Safi.
I don't think Safi wants to see this go to a fourth game. She's going to push as hard as she can to try and finish this one off in 3.
Of course, the winner of this team result is there's Gilly Lane. If he's good for nothing else, he's a great towel boy. And there he is, passing along.
Gonna have to
What's
tell him you
out?
said that.
I hope it's all right. I'm sure I'll listen back to this. I hope that the referee didn't see that and thought Gilly was throwing in the white flag. It could have been misinterpreted.
Yeah, it could have
very
been actually.
dangerous, but
Could have got the conduct match there.
yeah, thank goodness we don't have any mixed signals here from Spectre on the glass. And of course, this is a huge rally. I think Vidovic has a very good chance to come through this game if she wins this and takes a 3-point lead. But if Safi is able to close the gap to 1, I feel like she may be able to get off the court in 3 quick games here. It's just a ginormous rally. And of course, the winner of this matchup will have a final tomorrow against the winner of Harvard versus Princeton. So these ladies, if they can help it, want to spend the least amount of time on court possible, especially Penn, who Trinity had a bye Thursday. They didn't play. They had a bye in the quarterfinals. Penn actually played against Dartmouth on Thursday. So Penn would have to win 4 matches in 4 days to win the Nationals. And there's a stroke. That's huge. It's a great squeeze on the backhand volley drop. Forces the stroke. It's really patient from Safi. It's a really wonderful rally, and she is going to look to get off the court here in 3 games. And
that's a big point. Big difference between being 9-6 down and 7-8. You know, at 7-8, you feel like you have a bit more of a sniff at coming back. And that's maybe a bit of a fortunate call, but honestly, I think that Vidovic should have hit that ball. She could have easily hit a winner there.
Yeah.
So,
but it really felt right. I think she
encouraged her
she
to
was
play that.
That's a toughie.
It's always tough when you're in the moment to make those decisions at the last minute. You know.
Yeah, I did have one shocker
made that mistake
last weekend at the divisional nationals where I had the whole front row in front of me. There's a huge roar. It's the first of the day for Vidovic. I did have one of those moments where I had the entire forehand side to play. I could have easily gone cross court, and I stopped. I looked at my teammate, Owen Mullally, who was refereeing the match, and I looked at him in the eyes for about 3 seconds, and then I threw up the no-let sign. I knew it was a no-let. I couldn't. So it was just a bit of a brain fart. Here's Vidovic. We said that 8-6 rally is going to be crucial. She lost it, but it doesn't matter. She's come back here with a vengeance.
Yeah,
taking a 10-7 lead.
Good fight back here in the 3rd game. After getting kind of outplayed in that second. She's not going to go away easy here. It's good signs for Penn.
Some great in-game adjustments from Gilly Lane. Aiding Franka Vidovic to 3 game balls here in the 3rd.
That's a good line there.
Oh, this is quality of the highest order, Spencer.
This is good stuff down the backhand wall. That's a great shot.
Yes, and you heard the roar from all the way up here on the 3rd floor in the Eagles' Nest. Franka Vidovic gets one back.
Yeah, that was a great example, I think, of what she needs to continue doing throughout the match if she wants to come back here. Just kind of closing down the court more, keeping that ball, you know, really contained on the straight lines, not giving Jana Safi any angles to work with, and just really frustrating her. So really good squash there from Vidovic to take 1 game back and you know, force us to a 4th game.
Yeah, and talking to Gilly a little bit yesterday, he said that the best version of Franka's game is the most boring version of her game. So she's able to kind of hit her lines and be consistent and be patient. And
not to say she's boring, because I don't know her as a person, but you know,
in terms of her squash, of course.
Sometimes you got to play your game out there, and if your game is to, you know, just contain your opponent, and then you've got to do that to your best of your abilities.
Now, and this is not a slight at all, but I would say sometimes you have a bit of a boring game, Spencer. Is that a fair assessment?
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. My front court game has never been, you know, one of my greatest tools. So,
it's not to say you don't know how to put on an exhibition.
A good backcourt hack has always been one of my favorite ways to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, Timmy and I we put on a good exhibition the other day at the racket club.
Yeah, I heard about that.
We're slapping it around.
And you were rewarded with a membership?
Timmy was rewarded with a membership, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Not you.
Well, I already had the membership, so yeah. Finessed that one years ago.
That's really nice.
That's a good perk, actually, to be able to go over there and hit. And those guys over the racket club are great, and shout out to the racket club pros. They're always very welcoming to us, and they understand how many events there are at the Spectre Center here, because there's events in the center basically every weekend from January through March. So, you know, it's a struggle to find court time sometimes for us pros. So,
I mean, we had divisional nationals, we had high school nationals the week before that. We got the Super JCT coming up over the summer.
That was a joke shot from Safi.
And Safi is, it's a great touch on the forehand drop in the first rally, and then an outrageous winner. And here's the error from Vidovic. She's got to take a second. Reset here. Can't let this slip away. She's going to want to belt out a long rally here. Doesn't want to let this slip away.
Yeah, needs to maintain her focus here and try and find those lines, be disciplined, and just not let Safi get into her comfort zone early on. And Jana Asmawi is forging away, point by point, getting closer. And she's earned herself her first match point here, 10-7 in the third game.
Yeah, so we look down to the bottom right and see Ashmawi. Of course, we can see that the score is already 1-0 to Trinity. As Palacios has come through against Stoddard, this Vidovic match becomes all the more important given what we're watching here bottom right. Just looking up and down the lineup of where Pen's going to be able to find their wins. I do like Malka Fagi to come through at the number 1 spot. I do like Sahila Ismail to come through at the number 3 spot. Although Noah Romero is an absolute warrior for Trinity at number 3.
Yeah, she's actually a transfer student. She used to play for Drexel a few years ago. And Kara Linku, does she have any relation to Thierry Linku?
She's the niece of Thierry Linku, the former world number 1 and the current head coach of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Yeah, I saw Thierry here last weekend coaching the MIT team. He's always in good spirits.
Always in good spirits.
Yeah, good guy, Thierry.
Always, I've always heard nothing but good things. I've never met him. It seems like a standard guy. It's a stroke, surely. We have no audio up here in the commentary booth, so we're doing our best, but we're just kind of going off the players' reactions mostly. And it should be 3-5 now. Or is it 5-1? Yeah, so we're just waiting on the score to update. So yeah, Vidovic definitely in striking distance here as we're entering the mid-stage of this 4th game. Turning up 2-0. Huge match for Penn here.
Oh, that's a great
gorgeous
boast there. Just a slight hold on it. You can see that.
Some great celebrations from Safi today. She's been very emotional.
She's been animated, yeah. She's been one of the more animated players I've seen out there this weekend.
Yeah, she's an entertainer, absolutely. I mean, talk about exciting games. I mean, she's one of the more explosive players in college squash, male or female.
Yeah, she's got such a fluid game style, and she's just, when she's flowing out there, she just makes it look so easy, and a bit Rami Ashore-esque in some ways, with very relaxed arm and very, very soft hands.
Yeah, really, like, she has those noodle arms. It's incredibly relaxed, or it's a relaxed intensity. It's so fiery. Oh, ball just snuck out. You see last year's CSA individual runner-up, Mo Sharaf, on the left sidewall, taking in the action here, an assistant for Trinity College, while he's also pursuing a career on the Pro Tour. There's an error from Safi, and Vidovic cuts the deficit to 2 now. Appears it was the correct score at 5-2.
Oh no! Not a good time for that, Jackson.
Do that in this spot at this level, Spencer. That is
definitely
a brutal
not
error. She's pulled the Jackson Bragman there.
Yeah, we've all been there, Don't be too hard on yourself, Jackson.
It's well deserved, unfortunately. Hate to admit it.
Yeah, clearly feeling the pressure a little bit here. Vidovic, this match slowly slipping away.
9-4.
You can see that Trinity team is very animated in the bottom left corner there. They're trying to will on Safi to just finish this one off. 2 more points.
She can taste it, Kanjana. Dangerous when the iPhones come out to start recording. We don't want to jinx things. We're not even at match ball yet.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Does look good for the senior. Gorgeous sequence. Such a great feel for the game. Reads her opponent so well. Shot choice is so strong. She really is, I feel, one of the more underrated players in college squash, and she's shown exactly why here. It's a fairly dominant performance, honestly, from Safi. And what a way to end it!
Oh, and she
Jonna
beats the
Safi,
chest.
full of emotion.
That was an unreal finish.
Trinity completely in the driver's seat here.
That
A
needs to
dream
be clipped.
start, up
Oh
3
my
love
God, what a
over the
shot.
Penn Quakers. She gets some congratulations from the legendary Paul Asiante. Gilly Lane will not be pleased, but Penn is still very much in this thing. It's going to be tough. They've found themselves in a big hole.
Yeah, I feel
As
that
we take a look at
I feel that they really needed that match. But
it's going to be tough.
credit
yeah.
to the Trinity player, Jonna Safi, playing really, really good squash there to come back after losing that third game. It was really quite dominant performance, in my opinion. You know, 2 really one-sided games there, and she was controlling the squash most of the time. So that puts Trinity off to a 3-love lead in the overall team score.
Malik Taha is incredibly talented. Has played on the top court for Penn in her time. And down right now at number 5 in the middle, but definitely capable of winning. Natasha Penzler, a Michigan product, a Julian Wellings product, much like myself. Midwest stand-up, so would love to see Natasha get a win here
There
at
you go.
Nationals.
Shout out to the Midwest.
I think she's got a shot here at number 9, and like we said, I really do think that at 1 and 3, Penn will be favored. I think they do have a path to 5 wins here, but it's gonna be very tricky. It's a dream start, like we mentioned, for Trinity College as we zone in here on Kiralinku and Malik Taha France versus Egypt.
Linku looks like quite a good mover. Classic French characteristic. Strong build. Early doors in this one, though.
Taking a look at the Harvard-Princeton matchup, Amira Singh and Caroline Fouts both picking up 3-0 victories. Singh at the number 7 spot, Fouts at number 2. The number 6 match from the opening wave still going on right now, and perhaps we can have a look over at court 17 if Hani can get us there, where we're deadlocked at 8-all in the third game between Lee NTO and Molly Stoltz. 1 apiece, 8 apiece. Nothing separating those two, Spencer.
Yeah, that's crunch time over there. Princeton really needs that match to stay in the first wave there. It's never good to go down 3-love in the first wave. I mean, you know, obviously comebacks happen all the time in college squash, but you always feel good if you can at least snag one of those first 3 matches. And we're locked in at 9-all here. Yeah, nice technique on Molly Stoltz. Really solid, solid fundamentals. Both sides.
Bill Connor plays for the Harvard men's team. Pivotal third game here.
long testing rally here. Oh. Maybe shouldn't have stopped for that one. A bit of an awkward angle. I think she was lucky to get a let there, to be honest.
I would agree, honestly. I mean,
it would have been a Mizuki.
Yeah, it was a weird. Yeah, she's kind of set up for the forehand. Ball was almost behind her. It was a weird angle, like you said. It was unfortunate for Stoltz.
For everyone out there tuning in, happy International Women's Day.
Very nice.
Celebrating with some women's squash today for International Women's Day.
We are. Women's squash for the highest order, in fact.
Yep. The women's squash, it's
been great quality all the
time.
I
mean, I think that the quality has just gone up every single year on the women's squash side. It's great to see, better and better players entering college squash. Obviously, men's side as well, but
I mean, you just look at the depth at the top of the
exactly.
How many CSA level
it's
girls
the depth,
there are.
that's really improved over the last couple of years. Yeah, and we actually have a women's squash player in the commentary box this afternoon. Gabby Ramos from F&M is going to join us for a few minutes of commentary. And give us some insight on women's squash. Jackson's going to step out for a second. Gabby, good to have you here.
Happy to be here.
So I understand that you played squash at F&M.
I did.
On the women's team.
I did.
Can you speak a little bit about your experience playing college squash?
I mean, it was really fun. I think my favorite part about it was just being part of a team. Happy to play with the girls out there and represent one another.
What was your biggest win in college?
Oof. I'd
As a team or individually, either one.
I think we had a pretty big upset my sophomore year with Dickinson, if I'm remembering correctly.
Was that a big 5-4 battle?
It was.
Always feels good to come through a 5-4 battle.
It always does, yeah, definitely. What was your biggest win back in the old days?
Oof. We didn't have many big wins at Yale when I was there, to be honest. We struggled, but individually, I made my personal biggest win in college was beating Yusuf Ibrahim against Princeton in 5 games. I was 2-love down and came back to win.
It's always nice to come right back up.
It is, yeah. Unfortunately, the team ended up losing 5-4 that day, so that was too bad.
A little bittersweet.
Yeah. It's always a little bit tough when, the team doesn't get the W, but it is what it is. But that was definitely one of my better wins. As a team, I would say we had a pretty big win against, whenever we beat Columbia, it was always big. We had a little bit of a rivalry with Columbia when I was at Yale, so we always had tight matches, and I think we had a 5-4 with them in the 5-6 playoff one year at Nationals, so we got 5th that year, which was a good result for us. So yeah. Well, Gabby, thank you for your insight.
Of course.
And happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much.
Jackson's back with us now.
Well, I'm going to be out of a job soon, as we learned from that interview. It's hard-hitting journalism from you, Spencer.
Just trying my best here,
to
ask good questions and, put on a good show here for the fans.
It's well done by you. As we're here getting underway, it's the Battle of the Maliks. Malik Ashraf Kamal and Malik Kafagi set to do battle here. It's a must-win match for Penn here on the glass court if they're going to want to find themselves in the finals tomorrow against the winner of Harvard versus Princeton. T.O. taking that crucial third game against Molly Stoltz. it feels like this is sort of must-win scenario for the Princeton Tigers. Don't want to let Harvard go up 3-0 here in the opening wave either. So we have big matches galore here across all three monitors. Huge shout out to our lovely CTO. Honey's been awesome with the production this week, and
yeah, the production's looking better than it ever has really
This is
here at the Spectre
fantastic,
Center.
really.
You know, it's so great to be able to hop around to all the different courts and see what's going on. So
this idea of Harry Smith, CSA commissioner, so give a shout out to him.
yeah,
He's
Harry
doing a great
doing
job just over a year into the position.
doing great work. Yeah, Harry, and you know, there's so many moving parts that go along with college squash, and it's such a good product as well. So great that we can bring it to the masses. And we're off again here in the number 6 singles match. Harvard versus Princeton in the 4th game. Molly Stoltz has taken a good lead in the beginning of the 4th, up 3-1, trying to bring that one to a 5th. And early doors in the Trinity UPenn matchup between the 2 Egyptian girls. Malik Kafagi, who's a highly ranked PSA women's player. She's had some big scalps on the PSA World Tour, beating some top 20 players before. So obviously can play at a very high level. And she's up against the lefty opponent today.
Nick Faggy qualified this year for the U.S. Open and Tournament of Champions, not as wild card, but on her own merit, due to her ranking. She at least was, as of a couple weeks ago, top 30 in the world. Not sure if that's ranking has slipped a couple spots, just due to
It's
college season.
It's so tough to keep that level up when you're in college, and you know you have your classes and obviously your team matches, and you know I can speak to that as I did a similar thing in college where I was trying to go and play PSA tournaments, and you know at the same time as doing all the schoolwork and everything, it's very challenging. So I have a lot of respect for people who are able to do it and you know maintain such a high level at the same time. You know, it takes a lot of dedication and hard work. So
It was the hardest class you took at Yale Spencer.
I didn't take many hard classes at Yale, but the hardest class
And you were
I ever took
you were a
was
history
probably-
major?
I was a history major. I took a class on Shakespearean English. So that was an interesting one for me.
Do you like history?
I
Do
do.
you like
I do.
Shakespeare? I should ask first.
Well, I learned to like it, I would say. I didn't like it at the start, but I learned to like it. It was actually a great class. I actually really enjoyed it, but it was difficult. You know, it was just, you know, there was a lot of papers and a lot of reading, and
Sure.
didn't come that naturally to me. But by the end of it, I gained a big respect for it. So I took a lot out of it, even though it was like a very difficult class, you know. So how about yourself?
Absolutely. Well, this has been well established. We talked about it on the broadcast yesterday. You and I have talked about this extensively, and I know you're an outstanding Spanish speaker.
Oh,
I did struggle with the
Struggle with
foreign
the
languages
Espanol.
a little bit my freshman year. It was a bit of a GPA tanker, so we had to shy away from Spanish. In year number 2 in Granville, Ohio. at Denison
entonces
University.
vamos a hacer el resto del transmisión en español para practicar.
Not even a little bit. Not even once did I even get any of that.
That's
It's a
all
good
right.
try. But I tried. I gave it the old college try.
That's
if you
what
will.
it's about, you know, and that's what Mike McDonald preaches at Denison.
Oh yeah.
The old college try. Shout out to Mike McDonald. Great character. Hope he's
Absolutely.
watching from his McMansion back in Granville. Property prices are still low.
Yeah, Coach Mac. Shot by Ashraf off to a 9-5 start here. Bit of a surprise. But yeah, Coach Mike probably not watching the stream right now. I would be shocked. I think he likes to take a little bit of a break from squash when the season's over.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty
understandable.
successful season for the Denison Big Red.
So.
Conroy Cup champions, no big deal.
That's great. What is that, like Division 6?
That would be the final division. Yeah, that would be the division of the bottom 6 teams in college squash. But we won the division.
You're national champions.
We're national
So
champions.
that's
And
all
we're like
that matters.
2017 UCF football. We're national champions. We were pretty bummed to be missing out on that next bracket up. I believe we were 0-5 in 5-4 matches this year, which was a bit brutal. So
Yeah, I mean,
some narrow losses.
those 5-4 matches, they can be coin flips, and you know it's never easy taking those losses. They're always quite painful, but I think you gotta learn from it always.
Absolutely.
Well, that's a great forehand volley drop there from Kafagi. But Ashraf Kamal has played a really solid first game here, and been impressed with her level so far. She's
blood injury, perhaps.
I don't know what's going on here. Potential blood injury.
Yeah, don't want to say freshman versus. Excuse me, don't want to say senior versus freshman matchup, because Kafagi technically in her sophomore year of eligibility, even though it is her first year at Penn, her first year playing college squash.
And Kamal's a senior.
Kamal is a senior. It's her
Okay.
final weekend. Looking to go out on a bang. Trinity Bantams, the #1 team in the nation, looking to go back-to-back this year, win their second straight national championship. In the first year of the Lauren Patrizio era in Hartford. Shot to do it. And here we flip back to Molly Stoltz and the NTO. Crucial match for Princeton to try to hang around here in this second women's semifinal.
Yeah, this has been a lengthy affair here in this first match. Some long testing rallies. Oh, that's a great boast there from the Princeton player. Really good angle.
Here we are back on Glass West. Wrong inspector. Kafagi taking advantage of that little break in action, breaking up the momentum of Ashraf, who had 5 or 6 game balls here in the first. It's cut down to 3 now. There's a great line from Kafagi, and now fully on the prowl. It's like you talked about, Spencer. It paid off for Jana Safi, who ended up winning the first game, coming back from 10-5 down against Franka Vidovic. But even if you don't win the game, it is nice to get a few points on the back end to get some momentum going in your favor. And Ashraf says, roll it home. Puts an exclamation point on the end of the first game here in this battle of the ones. Kafagi will take a few moments to try to find her groove here before she steps off court. She's ready to head off there, but doesn't want on them to. Maybe we can go full screen on court 17 here between Princeton and Harvard. We have a match ball situation.
Oh, this is big. This is big for the Princeton player to try and bring it back for the team here. Princeton can snag this match, it could get spicy. Lo picante, Jackson, as they say in Espanol.
Oh, wow.
The ripper of
Trickle
a boast.
boast.
You see how much it means to her there.
Nerves of steel
And that
there
was a
for
great
Tio.
match. I mean, that was a solid,
She's absolutely beat.
solid 60-minute affair. 3-1 for Lee Yen Tio from Princeton. Takes the W, and you can see her embracing her teammates there off the right side. And that is a big win for Princeton, bringing it back to 1-2 in the overall match score. And
Almost crept over the hour mark there.
we do have a question here in the live chat, which is, would you rather be a squash ball or a squash racket, Jackson? What do you think? Would you rather hit or be hit?
Do I feel pain as a squash ball or a squash racket?
That's a good question. We may have to follow up with the asker of the question.
Hurt. I think
For
the
that one,
squash
but-
ball has a shorter lifespan. I think the squash ball is getting. I mean, the squash ball is.
I think I'd have to say racket
it's gotta
personally.
be the racket. The squash
you
ball
don't
is the
wanna be-
nail and
you-
the racket's
yeah.
the hammer.
Yeah, you want to be the hammer. Surely.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't feel good
The
when
weapon.
you're banging up against the sidewall or if your strings snap. It's not a great feeling, but I think you'd take.
Yeah, but that
over-
doesn't happen that often, does it?
No, I mean comparatively. I mean, how many times is the squash ball going to be striked during this match?
It's going to be struck many a time.
See that there's the Yale education coming in. I know you're a history major, but you've one up me there.
So it has to be racket. For all of those who are listening, drop your comments in the chat. We'd love to answer more questions here on the CSA live broadcast. Make sure you comment on the one with commentary. And Jackson and I will kindly answer any questions that come in on the live chat.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle. I mean, you see that volley drop there from Kafegi. It's almost at the service line. She just really has no touch. She's not been able to let the arm go. Sort of glass arm. Probably some nerves. And Kafegi, there'll be a stroke. She gets on the board here in the second, but she's got a lot of work to do. There's a nice piece of deception. Cutting the deficit to 2 is in the bottom right of your screen. We have Carol Linku with the game ball here in the second. Malik Taha winning that uber important first game. It's a huge rally here in the bottom right. Shots. Oh, what a get and what a put away. It's an incredible sequence from Taha. Picture perfect on the trickle boast and then feathering in that straight drop to draw even here in the second.
We're getting some more action in the live chat here. As a follow-up to our last question about the racket or the ball, apparently this racket is owned by George Parker. So that may change.
Oh, wow.
So that may change for all those squash aficionados out there
And I will be the ball.
who are unfamiliar with George Parker. He's renowned for his racket smashing technique, and he's smashed many racket in his career. So
And I don't know if I want to be in the grasp of
Yeah.
those big beefy hands either.
that's
just
true
to
as
begin
well.
with.
Sweaty, beefy hands.
I'd love to be like Rami Shore squash racket. That'd be great. That'd be great life. Maybe that should be the question. Would you rather be a Rami Ashur squash racket, or would you rather be just yourself, a human being? It's tough. You'd rather be Timmy Brownell squash racket. It might be the ultimate prize. Stroke there from Kafegi. It's a nice post. Forces the loose shot in the stroke. Just really battling here. Ball's cracked out. Yeah, yes, lad. I like that decision. Faggy battling through the Ramadan fast here in game number 2. She was upset by Ria Navani of Stanford yesterday. I hesitate calling it an upset because Ria was one of, if not the top junior in the U.S. last year alongside Caroline Fouts. Made it to the finals of this year's CSA individuals. Beat Simi Chan in the semis before falling to Zaina Zain in a close 3-game encounter in the finals, but still feels like a huge upset for Ria over Faggy playing at a top PSA level. Subtle hold there from Ashraf on the forehand volley for the lefty.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ashraf's technique. It's very smooth. She's a smooth operator. Oh, that's a great counter.
Touch.
Oh, that's a great rally right there. But Kafagi is adamant that that ball had hit the tin. It looked all right to me.
It looked good to me, but yeah,
hard to tell from back there where the referee sat.
Faggy needs to reset here. Oh, that's a gorgeous lob. Just clipped the back glass, but 6 inches away from being pitch perfect. Picture perfect, I should say. We're looking visual, not sound. See, gotta be sharp here when I'm sitting next to the Yale alumni.
Stay sharp.
Sharp as attack up here in the commentary booth. 7-all. It's not crunch time for these two young ladies. Of course, Trinity leading 3-0 in the overall duel match. It has to be a
fishing
stroke.
rod there, Jackson.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a stroke. She's weighted, but she has every right to do so.
Yeah, she really did extend the racket head there a little bit
maybe
further
just a
back,
little bit.
but clever play
Subtle.
from the pen number 1.
It's been unforced there from Kafagi out of the back right. Just not quite finding the right width on these cross courts.
We've got another
Huge
question.
roar there.
Oh, this is crunch time, so we'll wait to answer the question. But 9-8
Second
for
cross is
Kafagi.
the charm. Rustin Weiser and Zain Patel from the Penn men's team coming down that left side wall, getting ready for their semifinal matchup later today. Also playing Trinity are the Penn men.
Slightly too loose there from Kamal.
There's a stroke, a couple of mistakes these last 2 rallies, and just like that, Kafagi has 2 game balls to draw even here in this women's semifinal.
Good boast. Ooh, just short of the front wall. And so
Just
we're
short. She's used the boast well in that second game as Kafagi. Timely each time and effective, deceptive, all of the above.
So we are equal here at 1 game apiece, and we do have another question in the live chat here from Joe Robinson, the assistant pro here at the Spectre Center, who's been doing a bit of commentary this weekend as well, making a bit of a name for himself in the commentary box. Joe Robinson is, and if I'm not mistaken, he'll be making his way up here in the afternoon for the second round of matches. But he's asked, where would Spencer play on this Penn team left-handed, Jackson? What do you think?
On the women's team?
On this Penn women's team, where would I play? Would I make top 9, do you think?
No, not even close.
Not even close.
No, are you good lefty?
I'm okay. I would say I'm not great, but I would say I can play to maybe a 4.5 level.
No, I don't think you're. That's pretty good. Really?
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I think
pretty good,
I think
yeah.
I could beat a 4.5 player lefty, maybe a 4.0.
4.0
player.
No, I still don't think you're.
I would have to agree. I think I would play about number 12.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know how many Penn carries.
But we'll have to, maybe we'll have to set this up after the season.
Could be right.
I'll challenge a couple of the Penn women's players and see where I fall in their lineup. So thank you, Joe, for that question.
Thank you, Joe.
And we have one more question here as well. Jackson, what do you think is more valuable in college squash? Athleticism, racket ability, or mental toughness?
Caught me with my mouth full, Spencer.
Sorry about that. Jackson's got to get his calories in. He's got a long day ahead of him, and we all know we don't want a hangry commentator up here.
No, and that's my specialty. I tell my teammates oftentimes, starting the timer now, you guys have got about 30 minutes until Hangry Jackson comes out, and it's dangerous for everyone.
Very good that you give fair warning for that.
Yeah, I try to be considerate in that way, but I think that I really truly believe it's a combination of all those things. And Nick Matthew talks about super strengths all the time. That's what's great about college squash and squash as a whole, is we have all these individuals that are so good and so effective and hurt you in so many different ways. You gotta look at like someone like Tad Carney, who I think is an incredible tactical player, who I think is incredibly fit. I think a huge part of those tactics is that he has a wonderful coaching staff behind him at Yale, but incredibly tactically sound and fit as the day is long, and just really patient and disciplined on the squash court, and can win in so many different ways, and can adapt and adjust in the middle of a match depending on who he's going up against.
I couldn't agree more, Jackson. I think that
but then you look at someone like Moshe Raff last year, who's just a gunslinger and has so much talent with the racket in his hands. So it's a completely different style. And this year Tad's one of the best players in the country, and last year Sharaf's one of the best players in the country. But they hurt you in completely different ways, and it's interesting to see those clashes of styles. But I think that it's definitely accumulation. You want to be at least strong in all those things, and you would like to excel in one or two of those things in terms of those the listed attributes.
For sure, that's a very concise answer there. I couldn't agree more. I think that you're right. Everything is necessary. You have to be good enough at every quality to be able to play at the highest level. But the best players, they have one kind of category that they're really good at. So I think that's an astute observation there. And
I know you guys highlight that quite a bit for the NSL. Every player has their own attribute.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think every player has one or two categories that they really have their strengths in, and I think as a player you have to be aware enough to know where your strengths lie and where your weaknesses lie, and how to play your strengths and kind of avoid falling into your weak areas as much as possible. So
it's a great width on the cross court from Linku in your bottom right, who took the third game in commanding fashion, 11-1. Here's a shoe tie from Taha early in the fourth. We'll allow it. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt there. Kafagi, that's a gorgeous put away in the front right. She's battling here. Full extension there as we watch again. Thanks for coming. Straight into the neck. Ashraf can't help but applaud. It's quality here from Marlon Spector as we're now into the afternoon. Semi-final day. Penn versus Trinity, and then checking in on the Harvard versus Princeton matchup. We saw Lee and Teo get that crucial win for the Tigers at the number 6 spot in 4 games over Molly Stoltz. Emma Carney picking up a decisive 3-game victory over Josephine Klein at the number 9 spot. It's a huge win for Harvard to put them up 3-1, and they look to be in control here. Zaina Zain currently up 2-1. She dropped the first 11-5 to Saranda Game, and 11-8 and 11-8 the next 2. It's now 7-6 in favor of Saran here. In the 4th game, maybe we can get one of our screens over on that matchup to see. Maybe we can go quad box here with the scoreboard and add at the East Glass Court.
Yeah, it's crunch time over on the East Glass. Zaina Zain versus Sarah Naim, with Zaina Zain up 2-1, but down 8-6 in the fourth.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for
So
Princeton here. I do like Lucy and Habiba to win at 3 and 4, so
I really feel that
one of them are going to have to be upset.
Zaina has to win that match for Princeton to have any chance here
Absolutely has to win. It's a total must-win situation, and
as the
she's
individual
trailing here
champion.
in the third, or in the fourth rather. It's a nice pickup. She's one of the more fluid movers in the nation is Zaina Zain.
She's very fluid, yeah, very smooth around the court. Never really looks too off balance out there. Whereas Saran is more powerful, explosive,
Gorgeous
around the
technique
middle.
for Saran. One of the purest ball strikers in the nation.
And Zain puts it into the tin there.
That's only fitting. Zaina got her in 3 the first time these two went at it. Saran extracted her revenge, beat her in 3 a week later when Harvard met Princeton in dual match in the regular season, and now it all comes down to a 5th game. These two went to 5 in the individual semifinals last year on this exact same court, the East Court here at the Earl Inspector Center, with Saran coming through that 5-game result before beating her Harvard teammate Marina Stefanoni in the finals, coming back from 2-love down in that matchup. All to play for here in the 5th.
Trinity really looking for that 5th win here, up 4-0 at the moment. Will it be the number 5 singles match over here on court 4, or will it be Malik Ashraf Kamal on the Glass West? Both looking to be in the driver's seat at the moment. Carolyn Koo down 2-love, but seems to be breaking her opponent physically here after 2 hard first games. Controlling the squash currently 8-4 up in the 4th, looking to take that one to a 5th deciding game. And Malik Ashraf Kamal with a 10-6 lead to take a 2-1 lead in the number 1 slot.
There it is.
That's a no-let.
Ashraf takes the 3rd game, 11-6, and the Penn Quakers are on the ropes here. As Favara Isina takes down Natasha Pensler in 4 games for Trinity's 4th win of the day. Penn has to be perfect the rest of the way if they want to advance to tomorrow's final. It's the perfect start for the Trinity Bantams. There's now all eyes on Glass East here at Spectre between Zaina Zain and Saran Nagim.
Saran pinning Zaina Zain behind her at the moment. There's a bit of a loose volley there from 9.
Yeah, it was probably a lot. It was tight to the sidewall, but it came back
Oh,
quite a
she
way.
got
Oh,
the
it's a
stroke.
stroke. Wow.
Unlucky.
I felt that ball was pretty close to the sidewall there. It did come back pretty far. It wasn't left too short, unfortunately, for...
We're going to a 5th game here at the number 5 spot.
Yeah, Penn really on their heels here.
Trinity versus UPenn. Yeah, they were looking in
It's a
control.
bit of a
in
shock
that
to
match.
me. I really thought we were in store for a 5-4 result one way or the other in this Penn versus Trinity matchup.
Yeah, it's clear that the Trinity women have played well in this one. Credit to them for coming out strong in these first 2 waves of matches. Oh! And that was a nasty little Mizuki from Saran right into the left wall nick. Good little adjustment there in the racket. She's taking 2-point lead now, 4-2. Kafagi tries to fight back.
There's the tying the shoe.
Glass East.
This round's looking very comfortable right now. Zane a little bit frantic. Oh, that's a gorgeous put away though, and it's a great retrieval. Oh, this is a great rally, Spencer.
Yeah, this is some explosive stuff.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting to see between these two of the nation's best.
Yeah, it's just good squash here, really, from both players. Some really clean hitting going on. Both players moving well, moving the ball around. Malik Kafagi off to a good start in that 4th game.
And out 3-4.
Can she keep Penn hopes alive here?
And Ashraf drop just coming back too far into the middle. It's a stroke for Kafagi. This is excellent quad box action here up in the Eagles' nest. I don't know where to train my eyes here, Spencer.
Yeah, all 3 of these matches, sorry, are coming to a boiling point.
Would love to see. I mean, we have 3 Maliks in action right now, so I can't say Malik. I'd love to say Kafagi and Tao come through just for the content. We want it to come down to the wire. We want entertaining squash.
We
just
do.
Like we'd like to see Zaina win, just to make things interesting.
Yeah, for the sake of the overall match, it'd be great to see a UPenn / Princeton fight back here.
And out 5-4.
Do it for the fans back home.
Yeah, Kafagi currently sitting at a world ranking of 28. It's by far the highest in the CSA.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Only had 1 dual match loss this year before yesterday's loss to Rhea Navani. That was to Zaina Zain at the Penn Squash Center last month. She may have the opportunity to avenge that loss tomorrow if both Penn and Princeton lose, or if they both win.
Some good line hitting from Kafagi here. Oh, that's good counter.
Ouch.
Yes, lad. 6-4.
Ashraf a little bit frustrated.
Seems
There's no time for sympathy.
Seems to maybe have got the wind knocked out of her there on that impact.
Let's have another look.
It was a good counter, but she didn't really clear there. So it's unlucky not to get a let, but
Yeah, lingering in that front right corner, perhaps, was Ashraf, and looks like the gloves are off here in this battle between the number ones. Kafagi maintains a 2-point cushion
Yeah,
This fourth game going to come down to the wire. Some huge rallies, meanwhile, in the upper right part of your screen between Linku and Taha. It's a staring contest. Oh, and there Taha finds the nick. There's a fist pump. She played the big rallies well in the first 2 games.
Oh, that's a lovely
Taha.
little trickle boast there from Saran in the top left corner.
8-4.
Redirecting.
Didn't even know where to look. I mean, we're just all over the place.
Yeah.
Saran up 8-4 now, and Taha, who played so well those first 2 games and was clutch, losing her footing a little bit in the 3rd and 4th. It was all Linku, and now a dogfight in the 5th between the number 5s. Saran Nagim on the verge of victory against Zaina Zain. There's a beautiful straight drop, and once again, the movement from Zaid is so strong. But Saran can't miss. It feels like only a matter of time before she puts the ball away. Just has to be patient and disciplined and hit the obvious gaps like she has there. It's perfect width, perfect weight of shot.
And
that
Zain-
cross court dying in the back right.
Zayn goes for the goggle wipe intermission here, trying to break the momentum a little bit.
9-4. Saran has Zaina on the ropes. This would be huge for Harvard to take a 4-1 lead.
In another match here, Trinity desperately trying to close this one out, both matches. Zaina Zayn not giving up yet, though. Still fighting out there. She gets one back there, 5-9.
And out 5-9. Continue, please.
Zaina digging in. Oh, and Kafegi gets the no let there. Maybe the referee felt that cross court came around and died, and Kafegi did not have a straight option. To be honest with you, Spencer, I feel like Kafegi might have would have put up more of a contest if she really thought she had a chance to play that ball straight. It was a great cross court from Ashraf to win her 3rd straight point and bring the score to 6-all here in the 4th.
Ashraf hanging on by a thread here. Good pressure from Kafagi. No chance of a let there. I don't think that she had much of a chance of getting
No,
there.
I
It was a
don't
very
think so.
desperate ask.
7-9.
It's unfortunate. Referee didn't see that. But Caroline Kook closing in here. 8-3 up in the 5th game. Steady on. And she will be trying to close this one out for the Trinity Bantams. And she gets another one there for another error from Malak Taha, who
Wheels
just
have come off for
who just
Taha.
looks slightly fatigued
7. Match ball.
after long first two games in that matchup. Just couldn't quite maintain the pace.
Does feel a bit like everything that could go wrong for the Penn Quakers has done just that today. Oh, and there's the error, completely unforced, completely rushed,
Harvard, 3 games.
probably the wrong shot choice. Hitting the forehand on the left-hand side of the court, right back at herself and finds a 10. It's just, she does seem a bit out of it here. There's the boast. Finds its way an inch above the 10. As Saran Nagim picks up win number 4 for the Harvard Crimson. It's all but over. It feels like for Harvard, don't want to jinx anything, but you'd imagine between either Lucy Stefanoni and Habiba El Defraoui, who've been so good at the top of the lineup for Harvard this year, that one of those two ladies at least will be able to clinch win number 5. Reckon Welsh has dropped the first game to Hermione Chow. I'm going to go with that. 12 to 10.
Hermione, yeah. I actually had the pleasure of coaching Hermione a few years ago here in Philly. Really nice girl.
Oh, lovely.
Very hard worker as well. So
She takes game number 1 over Brecon Welsh. 12 to 10. So Brecken could end up being the one to close it out for.
And Caroline Koo close it out
Harvard
for Trinity there. So
Ocean Ma also on the cusp. Up to Love. Over Sapinski for the Tigers. She's got a chance to finish things off tied at 2-all in the third game. So Princeton really up against it.
big dive! And she's got it back.
We got a towel with 4 services.
And the towel comes back onto court for a bit of wipage there.
It's not a surrendering, it's just for safety, folks.
Good effort there from Kafagi to get that ball back, but couldn't quite continue on the rally. So
And now 7-9.
Yeah, she's battling here is Kafagi.
7-9.
Match already in the books, though, as Trinity will advance back to the national finals, where they will look to go back-to-back tomorrow against, presumably,
well, that's not the right shot selection
Harvard
there
Crimson, but
from Malak Ashraf, giving
not over yet.
Kafagi 3 game balls to take us to a 5th game.
No.
Slightly edgy drop shot there, and she knows it. She knows that she didn't have to go for such a fine margin there.
It's a cross-court situation there, it feels like. Just hit the obvious gap. She'll get a little bit too cute and send Ashraf the wrong way. She knows.
Another one back for Ashraf Kamal. 9-10 now. This could get interesting here, Jackson. Could see a few fireworks at the end of this game.
One more match ball. Game ball. I keep doing that, Spencer. Jeez, OP.
One more game ball.
One more game ball to save for the Trinity number one. It's got to be a stroke. It's a fish and a half, but it is a stroke. Al Kafagi with a big roar. And we're all knotted up at 2 apiece. Nothing separating these two here on the glass court at Arlen Specter. We're heading to a 5th game. Pride on the line. Kafagi is going to want to win this.
I think you've got
a vote of confidence after a loss tomorrow. She's not going to want to start the weekend off 2-0 on a personal note. And finishing 3rd in the country would be a big deal for the Penn women. They haven't finished that high in a very long time. That 3-4 matchup is going to be one that they are invested in and one that they care about heading into Sunday.
I think you've got to like Kafagi's chances going into the 5th game here after a good fight in the 4th. Coming into the 5th maybe with a bit of positive momentum. And I think you're right, Jackson. I think she'll want to try and get off to just get off to a winning energy going into the last day of matches tomorrow. So
on the bottom right of our screen, we see consolation action. These teams now in the 5 through 8 bracket. Drexel and Columbia doing battle. Winner of this match will play for 5th tomorrow between Amelia Falcone and Ahmad Azar. Number 3's on court number 6 as Kafagi makes her way back on court first. Followed shortly thereafter by Ashraf. Pride on the line once again. Here in the 5th game. Trinity has already won the dual match. Commanding 5-0 win for the Bantams, who did beat the Quakers 6-3 in the regular season. Pride on the line for Kafagi. She's not moving like herself, it feels. It's just a little bit off kilter, not quite balanced, but we know how good and how talented she is. She's still hanging in.
Yeah, fifth game here, it's all about who wants it more, you know, and who can steady the ship and just play well for one game. Both players have put in a lot of good physical work in this match, and I feel that Kafagi is the stronger physically of the two, but Malik Ashraf Kamal has just been quite street smart throughout this match, and she's been very clever with the way she's used angles, and she's quite relaxed as well, so just slapping that ball around freely. Both great competitors, these two girls. Great testament to us today on International Women's Day.
I think that she had a line there to Kafagi. It was a big rally. Ashraf takes a 3-0 lead. It's really well placed cross drop. And Kafagi would have had to go to the left. The ball may have been too good anyways. It's a nice sequence. Putting Kafagi on the diagonal, did Ashraf. Kavya Bansal and Lydia Robinson into the fifth game. Number 5s for Columbia and Drexel.
A lot of big fifth games going on here today. I do feel that Saturday is always
It's a shot from Kafagi.
some of the best matches of the weekend, you know.
Sunday's the drama and the entertainment factor, but a lot of guys and gals running on fumes by that.
Exactly. So Saturdays when you get the rippers in there, and we've certainly had a few rippers this morning.
Last wide. Because she was all the way to the left. We could have played her. I don't think you would. 1-4.
Bit of a dispute there. The ref on the west court. Yeah, the referee just signaling the bit more effort could have been used there.
Oh, that's a gorgeous boast from Kafagi.
2-4.
Perfect 2-wall fading into that front right corner. Ocean Ma, meanwhile, I think we mentioned, has clinched win number 5 for the Harvard Crimson. So our final is set. It'll be Harvard back in the national championship final after such a dominant decade for the Harvard woman. We missed out on the national title matchup last year. It was Trinity and Princeton, and this year, Harvard back against the defending champs, Trinity Bantams. And then it'll be the University of Pennsylvania versus Princeton in the 3-4 playoff. Penn getting the better of Princeton when those two teams met in the regular season. Penn winning that one 5-4. In spite of Kafagi losing to Zeta Zane, it was Kafagi's first loss of the year, but Penn was still able to pull off that upset win over the Tigers.
Ball just clips the top of the tin down there in the number 1 matchup.
Yeah, maybe the Penn girls today feeling some of the effects of it being their 3rd straight match in 3 days. Meanwhile, Trinity a little bit better rested. They had a bye on Thursday.
Certainly.
Penn wasn't super tested by Dartmouth in that 5-12 matchup, but it's still mentally and physically, it's a lot to get up for, and you have to play against an Ivy League team and full lineups in the mix. And I always say, going through the whole day, it's, you know, even if you don't have too tough of a match, there's a little bit of slippage.
Just caught her foot there. Bit of a traffic issue, and hopefully she's all right.
And here's the legend, Paul Asiante, making his way.
Looking aerodynamic,
glass
Asiante
here.
there with the mop.
It's quick.
Yeah, he's had a few reps in there before.
Yeah, I saw him
certainly.
actually after both
Great
these teams
camera
were done
view here,
warming
Jackson.
up. I mean,
Great
this is
camera view.
gorgeous. This is special to watch.
Yeah, a
This is
living
legend.
legend.
This is the 17-time national champion.
As
Yes!
he hoists the mop ahead. What a guy.
Unbroken Paul Asiante.
That was quite a good
Yeah, after
That was
these
a
two
good
teams
metaphor
were
there.
done warming up before we got in the lineups, he was actually on court doing the towel wiping before any matches were even underway, just wiping away any sweat or remnants from the warm-ups. He wants to make sure there are no injuries for either party today, just doing his job. So, Coach A, the legend that he is, huge shout out. Do you have any good Coach A stories? I know he's worked with the U.S. national team.
I do, actually. Yeah, I've got a few good Coach Asiante stories. One being, actually coached me at the Pan Am Junior Championships when I was 18 or 17. I can't remember. We were in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And he promised us that we were at this hotel and they had a pool at the hotel. But this pool was not heated. It was like a really cold, icy cold pool. And he promised us that if we won the gold medal in the team event, that he would jump in the ice pool. And so that was great motivation for the boys going in. End up playing Mexico in the finals. End up beating them. And so Coach A had to go out and jump in the ice bath.
Wow.
So he really knows how to get the team going. You know, it's always been one of his strengths as a coach is, getting the team to play well and for each other. And, great motivational speaker. And
Yeah, I know he does a lot of that these days.
so it's one of his, best skills. And, it worked for him that week. So
Yeah, I'm making my way through Run to the Roar right now. It's about halfway through. Kind of been reading it all school year, slowly but surely, and making my way through. And he and James Zugg, the masterminds behind that. It's
And it looks like
absolutely fantastic.
Lydia Robinson is going to tie it up here for the Drexel Dragons, bring it to 3-all with Columbia. Pretty insurmountable lead here in the fifth game.
It's a big match for these two teams. I know that neither of them have had quite the seasons that they wanted this year. I mean, Drexel was second in the country on the women's side a couple of years ago, so they'll be disappointed to not be in the semifinals, as will Columbia. Simi Chan in her final year for the Lions. But they are battling here for at least a top 6 finish. The winner will play for 5. The loser will play for 7 tomorrow. Kafagi down 8-4, now 8-5. That has to be a no-let. Oh, Kafagi's not happy about that.
A lot of stoppages going on here in this number one match.
Yeah, it hasn't been great to watch.
Especially the last couple games. I think both are a little bit fatigued and just creating some unnecessary contact. But, tough one for the ref to kind of have to deal with. But I think that should be a no-let.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Kafagi just playing that ball a little bit too high into the front corner there, putting herself in a tough position. So, a 9-5 lead for Ashraf Kamal. Oh, and that's another decision there.
Ball right back to herself.
Slightly too loose. You can see the fatigue is really setting in here for both players.
See, Kafagi's been awarded the stroke. We don't have audio. I imagine the referee has told her something along the lines of maybe she's a little bit too aggressive, or to just be careful with bumping into her opponent. And Kafagi, frustrated, says Ashraf's backing into her line. It's really chippy here in the fifth.
Good front court play here. Good get from Kafagi. She's all over the court. Oh, and she makes the error.
We see from that bottom right angle, Paul Asiante trying to keep Ashraf positive.
Lydia Robinson with a 10-6 Match point up in the top right. Take Drexel to 3-all with Columbia in that consolation matchup. And Jackson, are we correct with to say that after the match is over, some of the teams are now doing the 2 out of 3
I believe
option?
that's correct. Last year they would stop. They stopped.
Right.
Last year
but
they,
that's up to the player and the coach to decide whether they'll do a 2 out of 3 or a 3 out of 5.
Yeah, actually, that I don't know because I believe in every instance we've done 2 out of 3 so far this year. I believe that's the new format. As Ashraf wins a mega rally there in your bottom left. Maybe we can go full screen on Glass West here for 3 match balls here for Ashraf. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know last year the team stopped after one party would get to 5. This year it seems like if the match starts after one team already has 5 wins.
Oh, and there's the error.
There's the error. There's 6 for the Trinity Bantams.
11-8, 8-11,
Good streak of show of sportsmanship from both sides. Handshake for Coach Asiante. Faggy will be disappointed. Gilly Lane, classy. Ashraf will get some big-time hugs from her Trinity teammates.
And that's 6-0, 7-0 for Trinity now, with Hannah Chukwu also getting the 3-love victory.
In sync.
And it looks like those matches have been played in 2 out of 3 format because those final games have just immediately finished.
Yeah, tough for Savannah Ingledew,
So-
who got the clincher yesterday for the Penn Quakers. Came back from 2-love down. She lost the first 2 games 11-4, 11-5 to Savannah and battled back. It was a long, long match. So mentally tough for her to get up for a 2 out of 3 today when the match has already been decided. Don't blame her. Hannah's a great player, not taking anything away from her.
Very tough mentally, to get up for that when the team score's already been decided. But
Absolutely.
got to give a lot of credit to the Trinity women here. I mean, they went out, they were hungry from the start. They played clinical squash in those first couple matches, and I think getting off to a good start in these college matches is such a key to winning. I mean, to put the pressure on early, because those other matches that come on later will feel that pressure. So if you can put your teammates off to a good start, and it only helps the rest of the team because they can go out and they can swing without pressure. They can play freely, and that's what the Trinity women did today. They put the pressure on from the very start and really allowed the rest of the team to go out and just play and enjoy their squash. And as you saw in that last match, really good win for the number 1 player,
Absolutely.
Malik Kamal, who played some amazing squash there, just to take out Malik Kafagi, who's another great player, one of the highest ranked PSA player in women's squash. So women's college squash. So really good stuff from Trinity women, and similar stuff on the Harvard side. Got off to a really good start there, first couple positions, and now our Harvard are in the driver's seat, 7-1 against Princeton. So yeah, it's going to be a Harvard versus Trinity final tomorrow, Jackson. Should be a really exciting affair.
Yeah, I can't wait. I think it's going to be a great match. I think as close as the top 5 teams are, those are probably the 2 best teams. Those are the two best teams I picked in our Squash University preview podcast to make it to the finals this year. We'll see if I have as much luck on the men's side. I picked a Penn over Yale final. I know you'll be happy to hear that I have Yale in the national championship match.
I'm very happy to hear that, Jackson. If you had said Princeton today, I might have a bone to pick with you, but
No, I do think that the Bulldogs are going to be too strong for the Tigers today, but we shall see. I think it's going to be a very good match.
I'm
I
excited.
would be shocked
Yeah.
if it's not a 5-4, 6-3 result either way. It's going to come down to the wire for certain.
I'm definitely excited to watch that one. I'll be down in the crowd supporting for that, so I'll leave you to the commentary duties.
Yeah, well,
with
Joe
the
Robinson up here with
legendary
me.
Joe Robinson.
For the men's semifinals. We can't wait. I think we're going to step away here from CSA Center Court. If you want to see Amelia Falcone versus Ahmad Azar, you can go to the Court 6 stream on the CSA YouTube channel on whatever device you're watching this. You can just switch over to that stream. And what an excellent semifinal day. Pretty lopsided in terms of the team results, but we still saw some great quality and some great squash. And we have a wonderful final to look forward to tomorrow between Harvard Crimson and the Trinity Bantams. Trinity looking to go back-to-back. Harvard looking to get back to their winning ways. All to play for on Sunday. So join us at 10:30 for the women's final tomorrow here in CSA Center Court Live. And join us back here for the men's semifinals at 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on the College Squash YouTube channel, College Squash Center Court Live. Spencer, thank you for taking the time, sir. It was a pleasure doing some comms with you this AM.
Thank you, Jackson. Happy to be here, and as always, a pleasure to commentate with you, and we'll see you next time.
We'll see you guys at 3 o'clock.
faces, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you again. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights and
Playing 9 for Pennant, Varun Chaudhuri. Playing 8 is Kokata Abdurrahman Tafiq. Playing 7 is Zain Patel. Playing 6 is Dana Sankey. Playing 5 is Nathan Clay. Playing 4 is Marwan Tamit. Playing 3 is Alar Saeed. Playing 2 is Nick Naziri. Playing 1 is Samet Saeed.
Welcome in to the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for the College Squash Association Men's National Championship Semifinals. This is CSA Center Court. Welcome in. My name is Jackson Bragman. Joe Robinson alongside for a great day of semifinals here from Arlen Specter. We'll be hopping around court to court. We're going to kick things off with the number 2s for Trinity College and the University of Pennsylvania. This is a rematch of last year's national championship final. Penn was dominant in that matchup. Penn also beat Trinity in the regular season this year by a score of 6-3 last month, and Trinity is going to look to extract some revenge on the Quakers here today. Joe, thanks for taking the time and joining me in the commentary booth.
Absolutely. Absolute pleasure to be here once again. Obviously after some of the matches yesterday, and now we're getting into crunch time now in this event, and the semi-finals is always going to be exciting, and there's 2 incredibly exciting matches in the men's draw with Penn and Trinity here, and then on the other courts is Yale and Princeton. And like Jackson says, we'll be going between the courts trying to keep an eye on the scores as best we can, and Hanny, the tech guy, shout out Hanny over there, will be sorting that out for us. If we request a court, he'll be getting it up on your screens, so can't wait for this one.
Yeah, huge shout out to Henny. He's been wonderful all weekend. Right now we see a double box, couple different angles here of Benedict Takas, the number 2 for the Trinity Bantams. And although the Penn Quakers were able to knock off the Trinity Bantams earlier this regular season 6-3, Takas actually picked up a huge upset win over Penn number 2 Nick Spazzeri by a score of 3-1. That was a long match. It was very chippy. Obviously 2 big guys, 2 6'4", 6'5" guys I'd have to imagine going at it.
Yeah, I've never actually seen the Trinity team play, so I am going in a little bit blind here, but knowing and having seen the Penn guys, a fair bit, obviously working at the Spectre, I often go down to watch a couple of their matches, and they're training here a little bit, and obviously Benedict must be a very good player to be going toe to toe with somebody like Nick, who obviously went to the world teams with the male USA team, so he's no mug, this guy. He's ready to give it another good shot, and I'm sure Spiz will be after a bit of revenge as well.
Yeah, it's very legit as Takas, and really looking forward to this one. I think all the top court matches are going to be spectacular. In the number 1 matchup, we've got the 2 players that I believe are the 2 best players in all of college squash. It's Salman Khalil versus Joachim Chua of Trinity. I think that these are probably the 2 best players in the nation. A huge clash of styles. Solomon, a big dude, incredibly physical, and Chua just so skilled, so consistent, so quick. He's a much smaller guy. Chua only about 5'5", I believe. But he's so dangerous. That'll be a sophomore versus junior matchup. And here we have junior versus senior matchup. This is Nick Spazzeri's penultimate college squash match. Whether Penn wins or loses today, he'll be playing either for the title tomorrow or for 3rd place against the winner or loser of our other semifinal today, which will be between the Yale Bulldogs and the Princeton Tigers. We'll be checking in on that match as well, hopping around court to court. And then the other match that's taking place on this court this afternoon will be Yomar Hafez versus Lowa Cern match. Lowa Cern with a huge win for Trinity over the University of Virginia's Juan Jose Torres yesterday. And he'll be back today against Omar Hafez, finalist at this year's College Squash Individual National Championships, where he lost out to his teammate, Penn #1 Salma in the finals of that event. So some great action here in the West Glass Court this afternoon. On the East Glass Court in that Princeton-Yale match, we've got Ahmed Weil, the #1 for Princeton, taking on Yale's Tag Carney. We've got Arav Bagwadi going up against Princeton's Avi Agarwal, and Lachlan Sutton taking on Skillman Award finalist Thomas Rossini. We had the Skillman Award reception dinner last night where Yash Fateh was announced as the 2025 Skillman Award winner. But Rossini, what an honor for him to be nominated, and incredible college career for him at Princeton, which is set to come to a close after this weekend. So it's the national championship, and of course so much on the line for these teams and these players, but I think we lose sight of the fact that it's the last match of a lot of these individuals' college careers. So
Big day.
it's a big day,
Big
it's
day.
a big weekend, and
Big weekend.
looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out.
Yeah, and just sort of looking back to yesterday before we get started here, just sort of in all of the matches, obviously I was, although not commentating, still wandering around and having a look at the matches, and although a lot of the score lines are fairly flattering to the winners, the matches were, a lot of them were really tight, and there was no easy gimmies, there was no easy 3-loves. I mean, you look at the Penn results yesterday, there was a couple of really close 3-1s, a couple of 5-setters in there as well that are, the one that stands out for me was Varun against Laszlo, which went nearly an hour and 20 minutes, 12-10 in the 5th, so it's not been an easy route to the final for Penn. Trinity as well coming through what looks like a fairly comfortable 7-2, but again, a 5-setter in there, a few 3-1s, and nothing's easy at this level of squash. And the only close one yesterday really was Yale Harvard, which I believe came down to the final matches. But again, it could have really gone either way. To be honest, there was nothing separating the teams. There was a few players on the Harvard team who maybe felt they were a little bit unlucky to not come away with a little bit more. And then as we look at the Drexel-Princeton match yesterday, we had an early retirement from Charlie Taylor, which was an unfortunate event. But again, the match is close. There was 3-1s all scattered throughout the match, and there was a couple of those matches that on another day maybe go a different way, and it's a little bit tighter. So at this level of squash, there can be upsets, there can be easy matches, tough matches, but you definitely can't count anybody out.
Absolutely not. Anything can happen on any given day. College squash, we talked about it in yesterday's broadcast, the atmosphere and the environment that college squash brings out. These individuals, the team format, and playing for your coaches, your teammates, the fans. There will certainly be some Penn support here today. Of course, the Penn Squash Center about half a mile down the road here in downtown Philadelphia. So a lot of the Penn faithful and some of Nick Spizzeri's frat brothers will be in attendance.
Hopefully not drinking in the centre. We don't condone that. We condone
Outside of the
squash
center
sport.
beforehand.
Maybe.
Who knows?
We
It's
condone
not our business.
sober centre.
Oh, I like that. We should trademark that.
Yeah.
Well done by you, Joe.
Sober Spectre Centre.
Very nice. See Lowa Cern in the bottom left of your corner. Ready to go for his matchup. He'll be on last in the glass court.
I always think I would like to be on first if I was playing in this sort of environment. I would think I would rather get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Feels like maybe a little bit less pressure. So you're still playing for your
that's true.
team, and you obviously want to win, but your teammates can pull you out the mud if you like in that first one if you're having a bit of an off day. Whereas when it gets to like the last couple of matches, that's when it really starts to get nervy, bit edgy, and you see who the real sort of characters are in that environment.
I would tend to agree. There is something exciting about being the last one on in a high-pressure situation, but I also think that it's nice to be able to play first, especially given an extensive warm-up period that both teams are allotted before the match starts, and then if you're third on, then you kind of got to wait around. You don't really have court access. It can be tough if you've had a couple long matches, 4 years. We're underway here in this battle of the number 2s. I mentioned Takas pulled off a big-time upset win over Spaziri when these guys met back in January, and that's a great put away from Spaziri and a fist pump on the very first point.
Setting the tone early doors there. Spiz just putting the mark down, laying his territory and letting him know that it's not going to be like the same result as last time. He wants to get this over and done with.
It was a very chippy match. Last time these guys played 2 big dudes, so we could see something similar this time. I'd be shocked if there are a few decisions here.
It's always difficult. Guys of this stature, they're going to be moving around the middle, they're going to be looking to take the ball early, and it's always going to get a little bit, as we see there, it's going to get a little bit maybe contentious. There's going to be a lot of contact, so maybe not the prettiest of squash games, but certainly an entertaining one. And as well, just quickly, we have got the live chat going, so if you've got any questions for me or Jackson, feel free to throw them in there, and we'll answer as many as we can. Can be about squash, can be trivial, anything you like.
Just do.
Throw them in the
Love
chat.
to engage with the audience. A couple of weird bounces in this rally. That was a funky rally, and Takas on the board, a fist pump for him. He responds.
She's going to be, in the semi-finals of any event, whether it be team or individual, it's always going to be a bit feisty. There's going to be that little bit more maybe testosterone flying around with the boys on the court here, and they are going to want to make their mark early on and let them know who's boss. That's a low ball there from Benedict. Just showing the crowd where the tin is there.
Ziri generally very steady. No one to shy away from offering his thoughts to the referee here and there, but generally speaking, he able to remain even-keeled.
Again, Spiz is somewhere around that sort of 150 mark within the PSA, but with college squash it obviously does take priority. I'd probably place him somewhere inside that top 100 if, obviously if he was playing full-time. I believe he's probably playing at that level along with Salman as well.
And I think that's a testament to the depth of talent in college squash right now, where you have a guy like Spaziri who's not even playing #1 for his own team. He very well could. That's not to say that he's not on the same level of a Salman Khalil, but you also see him playing really anywhere in that 1 to 3 range. Those top 3 are so close for Penn, Omar Hafez, Salman Khalil, and Nick Spaziri. And all playing probably at top 20 or top 100 CSA level at least. Spaziri not even making it to the semifinals of the individuals this year. Lost out in the quarterfinals in a 5-gamer to Yale's Tad Carney, Spaziri's high school teammate at Brunswick.
And the majority of these guys at sort of 1 and 2, and the same in the women's, are all going to be looking, I imagine, to be going pro and after their college careers and trying to play, the odd challenger tournament and stuff like that as they're in college as well. So the level of college squash is incredibly high, and it's pro level really. At this top, probably arguably maybe even 1 to 4, but definitely looking at close to pro level, which is obviously brilliant for everybody to see.
It's a legitimate avenue. I mean, we've seen plenty of examples with Victor Paul, we've seen Yusuf Ibrahim, Andrew Douglas, Ali Leolainen, and of course our world #1, Ali Farag. College squash alumni on the men's side. Olivia Weaver is a former Princeton Tiger, US #1 and world #4. Gina Sobi at Harvard, Jada Kennedy at Harvard. So, countless examples of men and women having a lot of success in the college ranks and then turning to the pro tour and killing it in the PSA as well. Some lengthy rallies here. Goes off between Takas and Spaziri.
Oh, and a big roar. First roar we've seen really from Spiz there. Again, just laying down the territory early doors, cheering for a bit of a floor ball there from his opponent. But again, it's getting feisty. These boys are going to be up for it. He just whiffs the serve. And another fist bump out to his corner, and you can tell he's really up for this. He'll be wanting revenge after that 3-1 loss earlier on in the season.
Takas seems a little bit slow off the mark. A couple unforced errors, and then some that serve return. Taking a look at the live chat, we want to give a shout out to the Headwaters Racket Club members that are tuning in this afternoon. And to be honest, I can't say I know what or where the Headwaters Racket Club is. Maybe that's I presume that could be, given the context of the live chat, the club that Timmy and Spencer had their exhibition at last week. Here in Philly, or maybe not.
That was at the Racket Club.
Okay, that was at the Racket.
Headwaters, apparently, according to my most recent Google search, is in Canada.
Oh wow! Well, our friends in Canada welcome to U.S. College Squash. The one Canadian team in the College Squash Association, Western Ontario, played last weekend in the CSA Divisional Nationals. As the top 12 teams qualify for the national championships. Western Ontario was just outside that cutoff line, but they did win the divisional championships and finished as the 13th team in the country. So shout out to the Western boys, and shout out to college squash fans tuning in all the way from Canada to see this world-class squash. And the other thing you mentioned about these guys playing at a pro level is different from the PSA World Tour in that college squash, these guys are still, and gals I should say, are still playing this on the 19-inch tins as opposed to the 17-inch tins that the pros do play on. So it's a bit of an adjustment for those who are playing pro events 1 week, and then the next week they're turning around and playing college squash. One instance that comes to mind is when Yusuf Ibrahim was a senior at Princeton and played in the Windy City Open finals. He had an incredible run in that tournament, lost out to, I don't know if it was Paul Call or Mohamed El-Shabaghi. Spaziri gets a stroke and he's starting to run away with his first game.
Maybe being penalised for the movement a little bit there, because the shot was actually quite decent. I think it was just the movement off the shot which has awarded Nick the stroke there. Obviously, again, we don't
around in that front right corner. There's another unforced error from Takas.
And we don't have audio either, by the way, for anybody watching. So it is sometimes we're judging off the players' reactions on the decisions and any sort of cheers we can hear from the crowd. So we just have to bear with us on a couple of the decisions when maybe we're not quite sure what the referee's given. I think we have got Tamer El Nagari in the seat.
He's a pros pro. Squash University fan, so shout out to Tamer. That's a great line from Spaziri.
He's the head of the Red People this weekend. Nice little bit of subtle hold going in now, but again,
trying to whip that cross court around the left sidewall and around Spaziri, but Spaziri with that long wingspan, he uses his size so well. But with Yusuf Ibrahim, he made it to the finals of the Windy City Open. Pretty incredible feat for a college senior, and then the very next week turned around and was playing on the 19-inch tins in the CSA individual finals against Victor Qua. Both of those guys were top 20 in the world at that time. They played in the finals of the college individuals, so pretty special to see that. And Qua actually got the better of Yusuf in a thrilling 5-gamer. Both those two gentlemen's senior seasons.
Bit of a fan shot there. Sarah Jane Perry special. Loves one of them. Pretty lengthy rally, but I'm going to guess maybe the longest rally of the match so far. Just both players finding a good length and settling in a little bit more now to this glass court. Again, obviously with Spiz only down the road, he's played on this
shot. Wow,
brilliant shot. Played on this court a fair few times already, and I know he'd have been practicing on it this week.
There's an open-faced fist bump, usually where we see the closed wrists. There he's opened up the fist bump. And
who's this fella down at the front? Got an intruder. We've got an intruder down on the front wall. Not quite sure who he's with or who he is, but he's taking a few pictures. Dragged him in off the street. Hanny's part of his production team, clearly. We maybe get back to that camera angle and see the crowd. See,
spectacular angle, yes. Spaziri. I mean, we're only 13 points into this game, but
it's a packed house. Packed house for the boys semi-final here, and supporters of both teams. You can see the big T's on the hoodie for Trinity, and obviously there'll be a big P on the hoodies of the Penn guys, and that's the first game to Nick.
I'm curious to know how long that game. That had to be at least an 8-minute game, 9-minute game. And That was a long first game for the score being 11-3. As we look across this Penn versus Trinity matchup, Zayn Patel up 1-0, up 10-7 in the first game. Dana Santry leading 7-6 in the first game. Over on courts 3 and 4. First courts you'll see when you walk into the Ellen Spector Center here in downtown Philadelphia. Dana Santry actually was not with the Penn team first semester. Came back for the second semester of play starting in January, as he only had one semester of athletic eligibility left. So this is his final go-around with the Quakers.
I'm just looking in the chat. See Ollie Battersby there, someone from Grimsby, my hometown. Not quite sure why you're watching the squash, mate. You play football, but well, you know, good to see you in the comments. Glad to see that you're enjoying a little bit of high-level college squash here. Then a question from someone called Charlie for you, Jackson.
I'm going to read this out loud. I'm going to read this in my head before I say it out loud because I'm not sure if it's going to be appropriate given this individual has been sending in some very nasty questions this week. Well, Charlie 4 has inquired about Kamal Cumberbatch. Now, if this is the Charlie that I think it is, he's wondering about his all-time favorite collegiate squash player, Kamal Cumberbatch from the Trinity Bantams, who was senior captain for Trinity last year. And I can't tell you I know what Kamal's up to post-grad. I don't believe he's pursuing a career on the Pro Tour. He's playing sort of in that bottom 3 for Trinity last season. Very, very solid and the bottom of the lineup. I remember a great match he had in the semifinals of Nationals last year against Merritt Wirtz. And threw in 5 games in that result to help Trinity clinch a spot in the finals. And they were up against Yale on Saturday. A great career for Cumberbatch. Not sure what he's up to post-grad, Charles. Maybe we can do some digging and figure that out.
We've actually got someone in the comments suggesting what the over and under line is on Spears fist bumps in game 2. 8. We can definitely try and keep track of that.
Hani, do we know if you've had any yet? Okay.
We'll try and keep track of it. I'm going to guess.
Yeah, we can.
We've maybe had 1 because he's won 2 points.
Let's start with 1. Yeah. If we're wrong, we apologize.
Yeah.
But let's fast back in the stream.
We'll have a look. I'm going to take the over on that one. I'm going easily over 8 fist bumps. I think you've set. I think Rich 68 has set the line quite low there. That one there now, he looks quite relaxed actually at that minute.
We have a stroke decision for point number 1. Oh, fist bump. Excuse me, that was a yes lad, I apologize.
There's 1.
There's 1. Point number 1. Number 2, there's a fist pump. Yeah, I think we're going to have to take the over. Did we get one from number 3? There's no fist pump?
There's no fist bump now.
Okay, yeah.
So we're on 2 already.
I think I'm over 8. Maybe a push. It might be exactly 8. And that's a good number, actually. That's a really good number by... Shout out to whoever put that in the chat. Nothing there for that 10. Oh, yeah. 8's in trouble here. 8 could be in danger.
This is a good game, though.
Could be looking at 6 or 7.
Good game.
This is a fantastic.
We just look over to the top right of your screen. You see Zayn there on court number 3, going 1-love up against Dimitro there, and 1-1 locked in that second game. And obviously we see bottom left, Dana again with a 1-love lead. So Penn currently set for a great start to go 3-love up. Obviously things can change very quickly. Oh, there's a third fist bump from Spears as he rolls one out the nick. 5-love. Are we going to see a bagel? We're not in New York, but we might see a bagel.
Love a good bagel. My Denison teammates will tease me. I'm a bagel guy every single morning. I deck mine out. I don't know what you do with your bagel this show, but I'm a big cream cheese, tomato, onion, spinach, just pile it all on.
I'm quite versatile with a bagel. You can have many things in a bagel. Not just necessarily savoury either. Like the other morning I had banana and honey bagels.
That's a great shout. Sure was delicious. As Takas will avoid the bagel here in game number 2, but did have a feeling Spazier was going to come out with a vengeance here in this matchup. He doesn't lose often at the number 2 spot for Penn, and Takas was one of his missteps over the course of this season. He's going to want badly to avenge that loss on a personal note and get on the board here for Penn. I do have a feeling that he is going to come through here in 3. It's a nice boast, though, from Takas. He's not going to go away quietly. He's hanging in. Zain Patel up 3-1 here in the second. The right part of your screen at 4-1 after the error from Sherbakov. The California native Patel in his freshman year lost out in the U.S. National Junior Finals to his Penn teammate Rustin Weiser, who's actually not playing in the top 9 today. Rustin just outside the lineup in his freshman year. Patel, one of the top juniors in the U.S. last year, chose Penn and finds himself number 7 spot here in this national championship semifinal against sophomore from Ukraine, Dmitro Sherbakov, and then
bit of a push down on court 4.
A little bit of contact there, and Daniel Simon doesn't seem too pleased about it. Dana Santry.
Excessive, that for me.
I think perhaps maybe so.
And just looking over at the Yale scores, Max Forster from England taking a 1-love lead, 11-9, and you're going to have to excuse me on the pronunciation of the number 6. I'm not actually sure who that is.
That'll be Rishi Shrivastava.
There we go.
Well, I practiced with that name. I didn't get it right away either, but
takes a 1-love lead over Hassan. Avi Agarwal takes first game for Princeton, so looking fairly even over on the other semi-final in the men's. And obviously we have got the scores up for you here in the bottom right corner. You can keep an eye on all the different consolation brackets. Obviously we have the Drexel Harvard game going on, Columbia UVA, the Cornell Dartmouth, so plenty of games for you to be watching. You can obviously see them on the individual streams. There just won't be on any commentary. Why would you want that?
Like, at CSA Center Court, right at your fingertips. This Penn is in full control on every single court, up 1-0, and considerable leads in the second. Get ugly quickly here. I do think that this Yale-Princeton match is really going to come down to the wire. I think a 5-4 result is potentially in store for us one way or the other. Any predictions, Joe? I do like the Bulldogs to come through, but I don't know if you have any.
I just feel like the match yesterday, having watched a little bit of it, the Yale-Harvard match was very, very hard physically, and I feel like maybe the Princeton boys are a little bit fresher after playing with Drexel as we got a fist bump counter up in the top left corner of the screen. Love that.
This is great work. This is incredible.
My overline for the 8 is not looking good here.
This is special.
We should have had some money on this.
Anna, yeah, I'm going to save you your job right now. You do not want to cover up that U.S. Squash logo. That would be very bad.
Keep that on there, mate.
This is gorgeous. Wow.
Move it wherever he wants, look. Magician. Nick Spears going to try and shut him out there. Sneaky look at the leg. There's number 4 on the fist bump counter. Hanny, update it. Let's do it. Number 4, we're halfway there.
We're halfway there, but we're running out of points. We're going to need a fist pump every rally the rest of the way.
Or we need Benedict to get a few back. And try and make it close.
That's true.
Get it to a
that's
tie
true
break.
If we get into a tie break. Or maybe we get a fist pump out of a yes let. Who knows? I mean, it's the Wild Wild West out here in the college squash semifinal and nationals. Dana Santry up 10-3. Looking to make quick work of Daniel Simon. These Penn boys can help it. They're going to want to pick up wins in 3, get off court as soon as they can to stay fresh for their final tomorrow against either Yale or Princeton. It's easier said than done, though. And the number 1 seeds heading into this event. They've been undefeated all year. not only has Penn won the Ivy League this year, not only has Penn won the PA State Championships this year, not only are they undefeated this year, but they actually haven't even had a 5-4 match all year long. They've won every match by a score of at least 6-3. Beat Trinity when they played Trinity in the regular season 6-3. Beat Princeton by a score of 6-3. Beat Harvard and Yale 7-2.
They're pretty good. They are pretty good.
They are a pretty good squash team. Things are, obviously the defending national champions, and they did not lose a single member from the top 9 of that national title winning team last year. They brought everyone back.
I'm pretty close here on the glass, actually. Benedict sort of sneaking his way back in.
Yeah, it's 3 straight for Takas.
Hoping to see the fist bump counter go up for Spiz a little bit. Hopefully he can get himself G'd up here.
Next year is going to be fascinating on the men's side for the Quakers. Losing Spizzeri, Santry, Roger.
That's surely got to count
There's
for 2.
a massive roar.
That's got to go up to 6
counter
for
up
me.
to 5.
He's absolutely nearly popped an artery screaming there.
It's the king of the jungle. Lioness roar. 5.5. Well done, Haney. It's great work.
Yeah, that is hard. He's literally nearly popped a vein in the top of his head there for him to be able to give that sort of roar.
I'm not one to shy away from a good yell here and there, Joe, but I do find that it does take the mick out of me sometimes. It takes a lot of energy.
We should maybe lock back in Hanny on the one court. It's all right for this closing stage of the second game, as we've got a break in the other 2.
Counter looming, bottom right, Spizzeri. An 8-6 lead, and there's another one.
Another fist pump, get the counter
going. We're
going.
Gonna get there, and we are going to get there. 8 is the magic number.
His headband might pop off if he wins this game.
Pritch68 in the chat says Benedict's short game is MIA. Which you said it, not me.
He's called as
You said all that. Honest from Spizzeri. Look good. Gotta be honest. Myself. Too tough to decipher. Good to see nonetheless.
Guy down there with an interesting hat on. In the bottom left
Too
corner.
good. I would probably give a no let there. I don't know.
Sorry, I was too busy looking at this bloke in the corner with his hat on. Another camera intruder, Hanny. I'm not sure I'll be having this. Taking over production there with his hat on. You see some of the Penn boys in the bottom left corner cheering on Nick Spiz there, and I'm sure if Nick wins this game there'll be a little bit of glass bashing, as we've seen throughout the weekend. It's a common theme.
If Nick wins this game, it's probably going to be more of a glass tap than a bash. I think after the 3rd game, if he's won 3 of them.
I mean, we have seen all sorts.
We've
seen all sorts on these courts so far. We've seen people climbing up the back. In previous matches, it does get quite intense in these scenarios, understandably so. Not as tense for us up here in the commentary box. It's fairly attritional squash. Nobody wants to make an error in the closing stages. That's a fantastic length, and that's a fist pump there from Benedict. Spiz just cleaning his glasses. 9-all, we're locked in. It's a big comeback, this.
Maybe we can change it to Spizzeri fist bump counter, just to make sure that people know.
Yeah, we don't want to confuse people, especially for anybody that's got any money on it. We don't want to.
Yeah, that's true. We don't condone betting for anyone under the age of 21 or college athletes, but
if you were another fist pump,
you don't fit in either of those camps, and that'll be 7.5.
We only need another half a fist pump, and we've got him.
Oh wow! And it's 8.5. It's a double fist pimp from Spizzeri. That's outrageous work from the American.
Unfortunately, Pritch68, we don't have a Gilly cam.
Don't have a Gilly cam. Gilly is mic'd up for this match, though.
Those people that you see
through the lav on him. So
wandering around with the cameras.
Perhaps tune in to the Squash University podcast next week. You might hear some audio of what's going on right now with Sir Gilly Lane being mic'd up. I believe he's over on court 3 watching.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Gorgeous.
Bump for the chest.
I mean, you said it, Joe. We've gone well over the 8 mark, but now we're in the midst of a tiebreaker, and it's just room for more and more fist bumps.
Yeah, it's going to be. We've got to be double figures here, surely. There's no way if Spiz wins another couple of points, he's not bringing out the fist. The iron fist. Got to be out.
That's a great line. Great sequence.
Oh, he's squeezing him. Has he got him? This is the chance.
This is such quality. Great patience. Great choice.
Ooh.
I mean,
And again, going back to
really,
the longer
it
rallies.
is really steady for both these guys, I think.
No one's going to blink. Someone's going to blink first. I just can't see it being Spiz. He looks a little bit more lively, a little bit more on his toes.
Doesn't seem like Takas has the firepower right now to really put Spizzeri away at the front.
Ooh, that looks a bit like a desperate ask. Has he gone stroke or let? We actually have no idea.
I do think
I think it's a let.
I think it's a let. Yeah, his racket prep is just a bit late. They've had an opportunity to stroke, but just wasn't quite ready in time. Oh, and there's another boast from Takas.
He's loving the little trickle boast.
Oh, and it was down.
Very honest. He's called it himself at 11:10. It's very honest.
It looks like the referee called it, and there was no contest from Takas. Yeah, it did. You know, we don't have audio up here, but yeah, seemed like he wasn't sure, and he's trusting in the ref.
I'm not sure Pritch68 in the live chat realises that he's not the video ref or not, but he seems to be giving us a couple of decisions. You know, appreciate the input there. Oh,
again.
That was definitely top of the tin. That's a huge fist pump. The headband's going to pop off the top of his head. It's like a Coke can that's been shaken.
I think that's 11 fist pimps. The American. Because he has gone for the double fist on the roar there.
Yeah, I knew we'd hit double figures. I thought 8 was a bit generous on the line there, especially if going into a tie break. I absolutely love to see it. Just watching it back there on the replays we've got in front of us, he's really giving it the big one there.
I mean, that's the Spizzeri won game in overtime. I think that does lend itself to the maximum number of fist bumps possible. And I don't know if we're going to be able to top 11 the rest of this tournament.
That is, if there was no tie break, that's a pumper point.
It's true.
It's a pumper point, and that's some sort of record. We need to get in touch with the Guinness World Record people. Hopefully we can have them out for the final if they make it.
We'll see if
get an adjudicator.
Takas can go pimp for pump here in third. As we zoom out to the quad box in a Santry. Trails in this third game, although he is up 2 games to love against Trinity's Daniel Simon and freshman Zane Patel.
Again,
with a narrow lead over Dimitro.
Pritch68. If you can't tell, this is not Spencer. Spencer is currently out. He's not in the commentary box unless he's turned into an English fella over the last couple of hours. But I can certainly set the over game, the over and underline if you want. And just shout out to Sam Robinson there, who's actually my cousin in England, saying it's a huge booyah from that bloke. It certainly is. Spiz really up for this match, as you can see. Really getting himself into it, wants to get the points on the board for his team. As we go back into the glass court for this potential final game for Spiz, and I'm sure Benedict will be coming out throwing the kitchen sink.
I feel like Takas has been really steady thus far, but hasn't really done anything to hurt Spizzeri in the front court. A lot of his points have been one-off strokes or errors from Penn Senior, so see if the hands can come alive here from Trinity number 2.
On the over and under fist bump line, I'm going to go for 10.
I think that's far too high. I think we're looking at maybe a 6.5.
There's
7.5.
one.
There's one.
We're already at 1. Can we have the counter back, please, Annie? I like that.
I don't know if we can top last game, because also you have to factor in, well, let's say Takas wins this game. What happened? Well, I don't think we hit that 10 mark, so you got to factor all this in. I do think Spizzeri is going to win this game, but it's a balance.
He's certainly up for it.
It's an art form.
He is looking for a bit of revenge. I just think he's found his targets a little bit better. He's moved Benedict around the court a little bit more, and he's had him on the stretch. And he's not really been able to...
trouble.
Play the let, yeah, on the
He's
stretch.
a little bit late on that.
Yeah, I think that just he's been a little bit more steady, a little bit more accurate, just making sure that Benedict can't hurt him too much with that big wingspan, and he's got the ball running away from him a lot of the time, and he's kept it out of reach, and Spiz is really taking advantage of it.
He's at tight lines and great width. A fantastic job utilizing all four corners, keeping it out of the middle of the court, as Gilly Lane talks about all the time, making the court feel really big here is Spizzeri.
Just goes into back. I'm not actually sure Benedict got that. I don't know if it reached for a wall or not. We couldn't actually see. Just have a quick look on the replay. I think he gets it on the first bounce, but I think it may clip the top of the tin.
Oh, it's good.
That one's good, but I think this one here may clip the top of the tin. He gets it.
Got it.
We can't see because they're in the way.
I think he's got it, but it's got to be a stroke there regardless.
Benedict's going to have one last roll of the dice here to see if he can get back into this match.
Takas might have rolled that serve return. We missed it. No fist bump on the contentious stroke for Spizzeri last rally. I think 10. That might have been a bit too generous, Joe. We'll see.
I'm going 10. I'm going brave.
Oh, he's gone for the Leisure Center boast. He's got the white shirt. It's very fitting.
Got him on the stretch.
It's a great scoop.
I thought it was 2, but I think he got it. I think he just about got his
quality
racket
from
underneath
Takas.
it.
Takas is getting good length and the consistency is strong, but he's not really taking it to Spizzeri. He's got to step up and start volleying a little bit more, push the ball to the forecourt a little bit more.
Spiz not happy with the decision there. I think he wanted a stroke. I think he could volley that ball. I think a let's fair decision. Just nothing silly. We don't need to get silly here. Just leave it to the ref. You're too love up. That's from oh, there's his airballed one. Lovely lob though to get it back out the way. Oh, and he squeezed the error. Another fist pump. Number 2. Another fist pump for Spiz.
It's a major fist pump. Off the lob. It's glued to the sidewall.
Oh, that's a beauty!
That's a ball. Roll it home. Takas. Very casual, very nonchalant.
Just rolled it off the strings. The strings are singing. Beautiful shot.
Obstructed vision for.
I'm sure that'll be clipped.
Let those goggles off. Let's the referee know.
This goes airball.
Maybe
there.
that'll be enough to get the hands going for Takas.
Another fist pump.
But
Number 3.
brace on the board.
Just looking over to the Yale match. Max Forster and Ali Ibrahim are locked in at 1-1. And we've got a tiebreaker with Hassan Khalil on court 17. And the number 2's Avi Agawal has taken a fairly comfortable 2-love lead. So, again, still very much to play for in those first few matches.
It's a fascinating match. Agawal so steady. Like Bagwadi has a little bit more talent and firepower than Agawal. He showed that off yesterday in the match against Harvard's Edis Gilveski, rock solid. Harvard at the number 2 spot this year, and Bagwadi got the better of him in their matchup. So he's such a talented player, but
oh dear. I hate that shot.
Isn't there? I know you're not a fan of the Leisure Center.
Oh, bit of coming together in the middle, and Spiz goes down, holding sort of his foot and ankle region.
Hopefully everyone's all right. Let's have another look at the contact. Just a little incidental trip.
Nothing untoward there, just fairly accidental, fairly innocent. We've had 3 fist pumps.
I think we're at 3 fist pumps. It's no problem, Hanny. You've got a lot going on today. Got the quad box in full force.
A lot to keep up with if you're watching, if you're commentating. It's a lot to keep up with what's going on. But it is certainly exciting.
Sure, maybe we can zoom out and have a look at some of the other Penn matches.
He's just looking a little bit rattled, starting to look a little bit
Patel
edgy.
has clinched the first win of the day for the Penn Quakers. 11-7. He takes the third game
Dana
over
with match balls
Sherbakov.
as
Dana
well.
with match ball. So see if he can
Convert.
convert on 10-9. Once again, wants to get off court as soon as he possibly can. Make sure he's rested for tomorrow. It's a great lob from Simon.
Balls flying around on those side courts. Very warm in the centre this weekend. Obviously, a lot of people, a lot of body heat. Oh, and he's clipped one out.
Scoop is just a bit too high.
10-all. And Trinity come from the jaws of defeat in that number 6 seed game. As we see,
Could be a long, long rally here.
as we see Varun and Danielle warming up on there. Varun had an absolute mammoth 5-setter last night. 12-10 in the 5th. Just scraping through that one. I'm sure he may be feeling the effects of it a little bit. I'm sure Daniel will be hoping he is, and maybe that's in the back of his mind a little bit. But can Dana convert with his second match ball? He now goes to the double screen. Like the on Mario Kart. Again on the glass, it's fairly tight again in this third game. Spiz may be getting a little bit edgy. Oh, that's a very high drop. Again, a bit of a nervous drop there to try and close out the match on the side court. Maybe just a let, yeah. Oh, Spiz had him stretching. Another fist pump.
That's huge. It's ginormous. Pump and a half. Wait, give it one pump.
Oh, and he's put it in the tin.
Yeah. Santry's
He's tightened
bit of
up
a glass
little
arm
bit.
here, yeah.
Seems to have tightened up a little bit. We can hear big screams from up here in the commentary box. I imagine that is probably Yale-Princeton match. They're closest to us on the courts. And a couple of those games are pretty tight. A couple of tie breaks thrown in there.
It's like, oh, there's
Another fist bump.
Once again, we have the open face fist bump, where his Ziri showing off the inside of his wrist as opposed to the outside. It's unorthodox, but I definitely a fan. That is tight work. This is quality. Once again, Takas is a great line hitter, excellent technique, uses his size well, but it's like he's not necessarily initiating.
You just see
Now, to
Salman
be fair, he
Khalil.
hasn't had as many opportunities as he probably would like to do so. He's been so tight, he's keeping the ball out of the middle of the court.
He's locked the court down really well. You just see Salman Khalil ready himself to be getting on the glass. There's one in the bottom right corner. Daniel Simon takes a game ball.
It's a big
to
time.
Breathe life into this semi-final.
Yeah, Penn would love to go up 3 love here. Obviously would allow the rest of the guys to maybe drop their shoulders just a little bit. Of course, they want to win by as wide of a margin as possible, as quickly as possible. But
Ooh, I think
it's going to be a lot.
I think he's got to go through and play it for me. That's what I'd be saying as a ref. You can see just on the glass court stream the courts that these guys are playing on and how busy it
There's
is.
number 7 for Spazoo. 5 match balls for Penn's second win of the day. Meanwhile, Rishi Srivastava wins the second game over Hassan Khalil 12-10 and is up 3 love in the third. Rishi is undefeated on
Oh,
the season
that's
for
a
the
beauty.
Bulldogs. There is a double fist.
Oh,
It's another double fist. That's 4 fist pumps for one rally. A massive roar. And there's number 5.
That is a great win for Spiz in 3, closing it out.
huge.
Very professional
His
performance.
penultimate college squash match. He's been so reliable for this team the last 5 years and comes through clutch in a big time spot.
All fist pumps, take the over, always.
So Joe, you were absolutely correct.
Bob on with the 10 line there.
I didn't account for 5 fist pumps in the final rally. And now all eyes on the number 6s after this game. We'll
It's a
zoom
packed
out
house.
and move over maybe a little bit to the Princeton Yale match.
There's a packed house in there as Daniel Simon breathes life
Oh, wow.
into the semi-final at the number 6 spot. Dana not happy. What's going on? The door's shut again. They seem to be playing a let by the looks of it, as he claims to have hit him on the backswing. Daniel was off incredibly fast there. Thought he'd put out speed. Is that exciting?
Smart move from Simon.
But is that just going to get in his head a little bit?
We're watching Smith, Michael Van Derwen here. I knew you got that reference, Joe.
Do. With a bit of darts. And a bit of a fist pump with a racket there from Dana. He's absolutely desperate to be taking this in 3, because I feel like if Daniel takes this game, we could see a huge momentum shift. We see it a lot, and especially when the big crowd of players, coaches, fans are behind him, it does really help. We have a look at the Yale-Princeton match. Max Forster, fellow Englishman, battling it out at 2-1 up. Actually played Max once when we were about 14.
To be fair, Joe.
He absolutely destroyed me. For about 4 points, I think it was, maybe 5 if I was lucky. He's absolutely tried to slap one in the neck. Again, shows the depth of college squash. When Max Forster playing at number 7, he was always in the England top 3. Always the one to watch in the juniors, and obviously played a little bit pro before he moved to Yale. So again, the strength of the college squash is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, Forster near the top of the lineup throughout his time at Yale. He was the second team All-American last year, actually, for the Bulldogs, playing in the 3 and 4 range.
Dana with match ball
his
again.
Second to last college squash match as well. And I'm not sure if this is 3 or 4.
Oh dear. That's a ridiculous shot.
Outrageous. I thought he had the 10, that's why.
Overhead slap, backhand into the neck.
I mean, that's ballsy, nerves of steel here for Simon. His team down 2-0. He's down 2-0 in the match ball down, and no hesitation. Playing fearless here against 5th-year Santry.
And that's a hell of a shot to go for at match ball down in the semi-final of the College National Championship, to slap one in over your head into the straight neck. Dana just tries to find the line, a little bit of a cheeky shot out there. All eyes.
Hungary native, much like his teammate Takas, a junior.
Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, and Max.
Forster sending Ibrahim the wrong way there.
Great shot.
And the board here in the 3rd.
Dana with another match ball.
Another match ball for
his
Santry.
4th match ball. Can he close it out? He'll be
Well, looks
open
like
for he can.
Be heading to a 5th game here between number 7s for Yale and Princeton. Maybe we can bring Rishi Srivastava on court 17 in, as he's up 8-4 in the 3rd against Hassan Khalil.
Saw Hassan yesterday play against Charlie Taylor, and unfortunately Charlie having to withdraw after the start of the 2nd game. Just a bit like we saw in the Spiz match there, just an accidental roll of the ankle. And
oh wow! What a shot for Santry!
He closes out a tightly contested 3rd game with an absolute ripper from the mid-court range on the forehand. Big fist pump. The Penn boys again up behind the glass, going absolutely mental.
As Joy
for the win.
Barrington would say, that is flat as a pancake. Jack Wyant watches on. He'll be happy to see the Quakers take a commanding 3-0 lead here over Trinity in the early going of this men's semifinal. There's Gilly Lane with the trademark backwards hat, congratulating Dana Santry, and 2 wins away in the national championship final. Srivastava with match ball now for Yale. You draw even with Princeton at 1-1, but that lob sailing just out. Srivastava undefeated this year, a perfect 11-0 on the season in dual matches. Rishi, the #1 ranked player in the boys under 19 division in the U.S. last year.
It's a hell of a player. Big win, and he goes mad. Last bashing already, and he's giving it an absolutely huge reaction.
He's gone for the double fist pin over the head.
Yale could really be called an upset this weekend. He's absolutely fired up to the max.
That's a reaction and a half.
Blood coming up to his eyeballs doing
It's a
this.
reaction and a half. It's the most fired up I've seen Rishi maybe
It's
ever
the
in
most
a while.
fired up I've seen anybody, I think,
Wow.
ever in my entire life, and I've watched a lot of boxing.
That was something. Rishi's a pretty calm guy on court, usually kind of shoulders dropped, and tends to be pretty relaxed. Not always drama free on court, but he's pretty even keeled and pretty relaxed demeanor. Big time reaction there for a big time win for the Bulldogs.
You'll see the small fist bumps in the back corner from his Princeton teammates, Ali's Princeton teammates, as he goes for the shoe tie at 7-3 up. And he take this into a 5th game, or is Max going to come back with vengeance and try and close it out in a tightly contested 4 games? Obviously, we saw Max yesterday had a pretty tough match against Harvard when he played Sijev Rome. Is that right? Hopefully I have.
Yes, I give, yeah.
11-8, 12-10, 8-11, 11-7 in just under an hour. So, Max, and a long match, tough match, and going through it all again here for his team. And he'll be hoping he can get off court as quick as he can. Yale could be causing an upset, a small upset, I suppose, in the #3 seeds, Princeton being the #2 seeds. I'm not sure, Jackson, what the result was in the regular season.
I do believe Princeton better of Yale in the regular season. Princeton's only loss in the regular season coming at the hands of, and they were undefeated otherwise. Actually headed into that final regular season matchup of their season undefeated and played Penn, the Ivy League title on the line at the Penn Squash Center.
He was there.
Through 6-3. I do think that Yale does have the goods to take down the Tigers today. I do think they are the second best team in the country. I think it's going to be a nail-biter in this match, obviously hugely pivotal with the overall score being 1-all. Tad Carney and Ahmed Weil in warm-ups on glass. Getting set to go any second here. After
Max clawing it back within 2 now.
the Agarwal's decisive victory in 3 games over Yelzar Bagwadi.
And already 3-love up. It's a mountain to climb for the Trinity boys, but I'm sure the fight is there. I'm sure they want it just as much as Penn do, but it is a tough ask coming from 3-love down with the pedigree of Salman Khalil as your next opponent. That's a tough ask.
This is a must-win for Chua, who's incredibly talented. In my opinion, Joachim Chua is the second best player in all of college squash.
Never seen him play before.
Oh, you're in for a treat. He's a fun watch. He's Chua. And so steady. He's got that Paul Call racket. It's very wide. Almost like a tennis racket. In his junior year, he played #3 for the Bantams last season. Behind Mo Sharaf and Ali Al-Toki, who have both graduated. Finding himself at the #1 spot, and he's held his own. Salman Khalil, the only player he's lost to in dual match action this year. He did fall in the semifinals of the CSA individuals this January to Yale's Penn teammate Omar Hafez. Set up a Penn-on-Penn men's final.
Looks very technically proficient, good mover. A little bit smaller than the average squash player, I would say, nowadays. And
only 5'4" is the Malaysian, but he really uses height on the front wall so effectively, probably better than player in college squash. He's so silky smooth to watch. Just a rock solid player. Doesn't give you a whole lot. Leal's going to have to bank on his physicality and his explosiveness.
Good line, although it wasn't tight there
It's a
from
great line.
Salman.
It's
It
kind
was
of
a
that
great line.
classic Diego Alias forearm flick on the backhand from the forecourt.
Max and Ali still battling it out in obviously the Yale-Princeton match. Fairly tight. Max got it to within 2.
Zayfa Ibrahim warming up against Nathan Quay right now. Quay undefeated this year at the number 5 spot. Probably one of the better number 5s in college squash history is Quay. He's the winningest player in Penn squash history. He will be playing top 3, I'd say, for pretty much any other team in the country. So I don't see Zayfa, freshman, coming through that matchup. So that puts him at 4, although you never know. That's why you got to play the matches. Varun Chatouri taking the first game 11-8 over Daniel Azam. Chatouri tested yesterday against Laszlo Goad of Colombia. That match went to 5, but Chatouri came through, didn't have his best stuff, and found a way to win. Chatouri undefeated 14-0 on the season, up 1-0 at the number 9 spot now. Abdelrahman Dweek set to take on the Egyptian senior Awan Eldarossi. Dweek also a senior for Penn. Canadian Junior National Champion.
Looks like we're going to 5. Yale-Princeton, number 7s.
4-game balls here for Ibrahim.
Is this the tide turning? Max going to be able to find something in that 5th game. He's looking a little bit fatigued, understandably so after his match yesterday. Let's have a quick look at how Ali went on with...
Saves 1-game ball.
Yeah, see, Ali had a fairly comfortable 3-love win over Mitru Goyan yesterday from Drexel. 12-10 in the first, but then 11-7 and 11-7 in 40 minutes. So probably feeling a little bit fresher than Max, maybe. See, mentally as well, Max's match a little bit more testing. The twists and turns of the tail. He's within 3 here, and he'll be hoping that, you know, maybe a couple of edgy errors from Ali might bring him back into the game a little bit, but I think that's pretty optimistic. He's going to get a stroke, and we'll go into 5, ladies and gentlemen. Princeton team are loving it in the bottom left corner.
This is what you want out of college squash. All the drama. It's going to be down to the wire. Is this Yale-Princeton match? Leal up big here in the first. Chua's gone for the nick on the serve return. Very unlike him. Barry's in the 10. That puts Leal up 4 early in the first.
Just in answer to Pritch68's question there about the best college player in squash, he said about Salar El-Torgman of Western Ontario was actually here last week. Obviously, he is within the world top 100. On paper, yes, I believe he is the highest ranked male college squash player in terms of PSA. He did have a couple of unexpected results last weekend.
He was actually pushed to 5 by Naval Academy number 1, Matt Wang. Actually had a loss to Colby number 1, Inru Lee.
So he's obviously a very good player.
Season. So he's fantastic. Like you said, ranked inside the PSA top 100. He's actually the highest ranked PSA player in college squash.
But Salman, I would say,
but I think he is a little bit more full-time on the Pro Tour. Yeah, I mean, Salman really, I've talked about it all year, reminds me so much of Mustafa Asal. He's a bit of a baby Asal. How explosive he is with his movements. He's not perfect. He's not nearly as consistent as Chua, but he makes up for it with how explosive he is. He really does just get everything back. He's so talented with the racket in his hands. Sometimes he'll spray a loose drive, but he is able to.
I would like to see that match
to make up for a lot of his mistakes.
I would like to see Salah maybe playing in there. See, I know he's college, but I would like to see him play a couple of these top guys to see maybe where they were at and see where Salman, in terms of his PSA ranking, was maybe at. Obviously a little bit lower.
Torgman was supposed to play in the CSA individuals this season, but fortunately had some visa issues. Actually wasn't even able to get to New York to play in the event, so he had to default.
I know he plays a lot of the Canadian events. Plays a lot of PSA events in Canada, and he does quite well. He's certainly pushing pro level. Seems to be going quite well, playing quite seriously in that, and obviously after college he'll 100% be going pro. Already within that sort of top 80 bracket, I believe.
Yeah, and a noteworthy win he had was a result that didn't result in any ranking points for him, but he actually beat Nathan Lake.
Yes.
The World Teams in a bit of a shocker in the Team USA versus, the Team Canada versus Team England match. Nathan Lake, I believe top 30 in the world. Best lefties on tour, so huge result for El Torgman, but he's had a few losses this year, fell in 5 games to Yale's Tad Carney. Of course, that loss this past weekend to Inwoo Lee. Shows you the talent level in college squash. Across the board. It's Khalil, comfortable in game number 1. He's out for blood here against Chua. Those two had a very tightly contested 4-game match. Excuse me, I believe it was actually a 3-game match, but 3 very close games when they played in the regular season, but Solomon came through nonetheless.
Switch back to the Yale-Princeton match. Max taking an early 3-1 lead. Getting himself back on the board, getting himself back in the run-in to try and take a slim lead.
Can't overemphasize how important this match is. Tad Carney and Ahmed Weil underway. Number 1's doing battle on the East Class court. Maybe we can have a look at that. Oh, there's a dive. Double bounce. That was a lengthy rally. That ball stays in the court. I don't know how. Here we see Tad Carney and Ahmed Weil. Weil, senior for the Princeton Tigers from Egypt. Had a great year. These are 2 individuals that played sort of in the middle of the lineup for their respective teams last year and have risen up to, I think, number 1 this year. 2 much improved players. Going at it here in the national semifinals. These 2 guys met in the regular season. And Yale played Princeton, and Princeton got the better of Yale 5-4 in that match back in January. Tad came through that match 3-1, a 72-minute 4-gamer.
Wow.
Lengthy affair. Tad, perhaps the fittest player in the country, if not the fittest, one of the fittest players in all of college squash.
Max just looking a little bit more solid here in this 5th and final game, maybe a little bit more experience in these scenarios. Going to 5, I've seen Max go to 5 many a time in some of the younger days, the junior days. Now he's got it in him. Take 6-2 lead. We can hear the Yale boys
hear
from
the
up here.
roars of the Yale squad. Bring on their guy.
Another big
There's
roar.
number 7.
Max steadying himself, 7-2 up now. He's got to calm down, refocus. This is a big moment in context of this match and obviously the overall team match. This would be a fantastic win Get
That's a
Yale a
big
slim
rally.
lead.
8-2 feels a bit insurmountable, and that's a great line.
And I can guarantee there'll be some
Enforcer.
glass bashing if Max can convert this, if we can zoom into the full screen on this court, just to see eventually the closing stages, to see the reaction of the Yale boys. If Max can convert. Ali's not going to go down without a fight, we know that. And probably his biggest match of the season, semi-finals. Max just closes him out. The Yale boys are going mad. It's not over yet. 9-2. It's all but a formality, but he's still got to close it out. Still got to find a couple more good rallies. Max will be sensing the finish line now. He'll be able to see it, and he's gone fishing a little
He's
bit.
gone for yes let.
Good decision, I think. The ball's a little bit too far away for him to swing.
Poor shot. Going for the neck is Ibrahim.
I mean, he's got a serious mountain to climb. It's like climbing Everest. 9-2 down in the fifth. It's a mental battle. Ooh. Max just really solid, getting a lot back.
Wow,
It's
that's
10-2.
excellent width. That's a high IQ shot.
He's got himself 8 match balls to put Yale into a 2-1 lead
He
in this semi-final.
dragged Ibrahim to the front there, and cross court wrapping around, hitting the sidewall a little bit earlier than you would normally like it to. It's such a smart shot. Get it round and past Ibrahim. That should be yes let. It will be 10-2.
8
Forster,
match
so
balls.
experienced his senior year. You bet the house that he's going to close this out here against the freshman.
There it is.
And there it is. There's a big fist
roar.
pump. There's a big roar.
We can hear it from up here, the reaction. Yale boys are absolutely delighted, as well as Max. Closing out another tightly contested match in 5 this time. We're now onto the triple match screen with the scores in the bottom right corner.
Oh my goodness, that might be the most shocking game result of the day in terms of opening games. Zaifa Ibrahim, the freshman from Pakistan, taking the first game against Nathan Quay 11-1. Quay has not lost all year for the Quakers. He's been undefeated. It's unbelievable, really, that he's playing 5 for Penn. Shows the depth at the top of the lineup for Quakers. He could be in a little bit of trouble here against Trinity College. Fortunately for Penn, they've built themselves a 3-0 cushion already, but this match far from over. Thought that would have been one of the locks of the day. Nathan's really going to have to work to come through at the number 5 spot, and now we have Tad and Weil. I mean, Tad loves to stretch out the first game of his matches.
10-7.
This is a
Game
dream
ball.
start for him to come through sort of 11-7, 11-8, and a lengthy affair.
I mean, it's almost a dream start to the match for Yale.
I mean, Tad, as we've talked about over the course of the weekend, is so tactically adaptable and such a smart player. He really is able to kind of be a bit of a chameleon and change his playing style depending on who he's going up against. He has outstanding hands, but I remember the first time that he played while watching that match, and he didn't really go to the front all that much. He kind of just kept it in the back, kept it tight.
11-7. Game to Yale.
Out of
Yale
the
leads
reach of
1 game to
Weil,
love.
yeah. Weil is such an attacking player and so fluid. He kind of took away all of Weil's options and knows that the Egyptian maybe isn't the fittest player, and kind of took advantage of that and really outlasted Princeton number 1. Whereas certain individuals he'll go up against and maybe be a little bit more forward and a little bit more attacking. He finds that's the right thing to do.
He's Salman.
Squash fan in the chat inquiring, Jackson, how's the Denison team looking? Any new prospects coming in the next coming years? We actually have had quite a few recruits on campus recently. Funny enough, Hayden Santry, Dana Santry's brother, was actually in Granville last week visiting Denison. So he's junior in high school, looking at a bunch of different options. But we have a couple recruits coming in next year, losing 3 valuable seniors, so we're going to want to replace them on the Denison team next year, and the only team in the Midwest. So we're trying to make a push up the rankings. That's the goal. But great spot. I love Denison. I love Granville. It's a gorgeous town. Columbus right there, 20 minutes away. It's close to home for me, less than a 4-hour drive. So,
Close.
well, it's close enough. I mean, compared to the East Coast, I mean, for me in Michigan, it's if I were to go to a Penn or a Princeton or one of those NESCAC schools, a Williams or a Tufts, so we'd probably have to hop on a plane to get there. So,
US is far too big for me.
yeah.
I'm used to 2-hour drives at most for a squash match. I think that's the most I've travelled.
Got lots of weekends in the car with my dad. In the junior Midwest circuit, it was Cincinnati, it was Cleveland, Chicago, Michigan, Buffalo, New York, Louisville, and then once in a blue moon, maybe once every 18 months, we would go out east and
See what the squash scene was like up here. It's had to take a 1-love lead in this second game. YL changing his shirt as well, I've just noticed. The double white on the glass now, the double white shirts. Tad just finding fantastic lines, brilliant length, bit of a fist pump there as well. Looking really solid, really steady.
yeah, almost 16 minutes was that first game between Weil and Carney. This is exactly what Ted wants. He's in total control. The only player he's really struggled with this year, besides Salman Khalil, who he's lost to twice as well, is V. Costales, who he's lost to twice, the Harvard #1, because Costales is one of very few players in the country that's equally as fit as Tad. Tad can't just
3-love.
last him.
Shua with 2 game balls there, and he's taken it.
It's a huge game.
Tie it
It's a
up.
huge turnaround.
Tie up that match. Is it going to be too little too late though for Trinity? That's the real question. Already at a 3-love deficit, it's always hard to overturn, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, maybe in the quad box we can bring in that #9 matchup, Varun Chatori versus Daniel Azam on court #3.
Varun very solid at the bottom of the order.
And then we're also going to want to check in on that Nathan Quay Azafi Ibrahim match.
Varun had an absolute monster of a match last night. Nearly 2 hours. 114 minutes that match went, and he had
No let. 4-love.
his opponent had
You went
3
straight for your
balls,
opponent, the balls to the left.
and he actually brought it back
Okay,
within 12
Mr. Weil, I can give you the explanation, but I
140.
can't have this conversation with you.
140.
I was gonna
say that would be a match. That would be quite a match.
Yeah, on the right.
That was Tad or Wild?
And out 1-4.
The one who's serving now was the one who was scolded by the referee. Okay. So yeah, Amin Weil for Princeton is looking for the man and not the ball, is what our trusty tech guy Ani has relayed to us. We're without audio. He's got the headphones on. He's wired in. So just staying up to date. Now here we are on the
Yes, right. 1-4, left side. Yeah, but he would get that ball. 1-4.
as Joe Smith just told us. Didn't have his best stuff on the day against Laszlo Gode, the Frenchman from Colombia, but found a way to win. That's what he's done all season. He's undefeated this year. As Shatori 14-0 on the year. Looking to make it 15-0. He's 4 points away, but Zam has drawn even here in the third, while Nathan Quay is really having to battle against Huzaifa Ibrahim, one of the best juniors in the world last year. In Pakistan, has trained out of Houston the last several years. Now at Trinity College, and maybe about to pull off his biggest win of his young college career, the national championship semifinals. You came to me at the 2:30 and you said, Jackson, what are your 3 locks today for individual matches among these 2 semifinal matches? We have 18 to choose from, 1 through 9. I would have said one of my 3 locks would be that Nathan Quay would be Huzaifa Ibrahim. But it was surefire. Huzaifa super talented, but Quay also undefeated.
Handout 5-1.
Frankly overqualified to be playing number 5 for Penn, but Penn just has so much talent atop their lineup. Marwan Tamra at number 4, the uber talented Egyptian, had a great showing at the World Juniors this past summer. And of course that top 3 for Penn so lethal. So Quay, the senior, winningest player in Penn squash history, finds himself at number 5, but he's in trouble here against Huzaifa.
6-1.
Serving 8-9 down in the second. Tad Carney rolling in the second game against Wael. He's going to go for the forehand serve here on the left side as the lefty. And Salman Khalil and Joachim Chua all knotted up. One apiece. A treat here in the bottom right of your screen. Such a clash of styles. We have power and explosiveness versus finesse and consistency.
Handout 2-6.
2 of, if not the 2 best players in the country going at it. Quay with a game ball now, and he rolls it home for the win. He takes game number 2. It's much needed for Quay. Hopefully that'll get him right back on track. I mean, it is nut crunch time here. It feels like the witching hour on NFL Red Zone.
Handout 7-2.
Pretty awesome stuff here from the Arlen Specter Center on semifinal day of the CSA Nationals.
7-2.
Oh, we've got all 4 up here. Someone's on the deck.
It's a true quad box. Drama here on court number 3.
A bit of a tumble. Yeah, as we were saying, Varun incredibly solid at that. Lower down the order at this level of squash.
This could be one of the bigger rallies of Daniel Zam's career.
He's just tying his laces now.
9-all in the third, an all-important third game.
No let. A2. Left side.
There's all sorts going on the screens. An absolute treat. You don't know where to look. This is the time you wish you had 4 eyes. Way snaps back.
9-2.
Don't know where to look. I think I'm going to trade my eyes here on the upper left.
Yeah, I'm going to go with
I mean, Shatori is just so hard to break down. He's so solid.
Oh, is he
That
pulling
ball
in the
finds
tin?
the tin. I've jinxed him completely. And now Azam with the game ball as the drama mounts.
10-2. Game ball. Left side. 11-2, game to Yale. Yale leads 2 games to love. Conduct warning.
Zam has Chitori on a
Royal
string.
racket abuse.
Corner to corner. Chitori has reset himself in this rally, but this is just quality from Zam. He's gone fishing. Hasn't caught anything. It's going to be a yes let. At least he'll get to keep his rod. He'll have to fight another day.
So we're just at 2 point, a minute down in your bottom right. Chua just at a 2 point deficit down there in your bottom right. But grabbing one back off Salman. Salman looking a little bit heavy legged, if I do say so. I mean, Chua obviously very fleet footed, but Salman may be feeling the pinch a little bit.
Oh wow, you're spot on, Joe. It's a great observation. You're totally right. I wonder if, not 100% sure, but he may be fasting today, as a lot of the Muslim players are. And there are quite a few of them, obviously, in college squash. And
That's a very good point.
that could be, we talked about that in the morning
15
session a
seconds.
little bit. Maybe a no let there. Has he gotten it? I don't know if was that ball dead or.
It's just a simple let.
Looks like a yes let. I wasn't sure if the ball died before Solomon had a chance to play it straight.
Time.
Just going back up to the top left, I think
Yeah,
Daniel
it was-
thought he won the game, and there was an actual yes-let decision that went
Yale
in,
leads 2 games to love. Love
which
all.
halted his progress off court. He was very excited to get off. Varun just looking to solidify and not give anything away, nothing cheap.
Mr. Whale, I gave you a conduct warning for the lane play, and you're not
Very
ready
edgy.
to
Varun,
play.
a very
It's
good
been
mover.
25
Doesn't
seconds. This is your
look
conduct
the
stroke
most
for the lane
orthodox ways
play.
of moving, but he's very efficient.
1 love.
So YL there at the start of the third game in your top right corner has just actually been given a conduct stroke for delay of play. I believe just coming back onto court a smidge too late. So giving Tad an early 1-love lead without actually having
What a
hit the
rally here in the upper left. Sorry to cut you off there, Joe. Is that a yes let? No, it's a no let. It's the right call. I mean, that was a massive rally, and yeah, Weil is in the danger zone here. The alarm bells are sounding. This match has gone exactly according to plan. Tad Carney, he'll be disappointed to have lost to David Costales yesterday for the second time this year, even though his Yale boys came through. But you know, he wanted to bounce back and send a message today, and he's done just that. An elongated first game, 16 minutes long, wins at 11-7, and it was firewood in the second, keep chopping, and now Weil is a bit frazzled here in the third. Tad is going to be in no rush to get off court here. Very disciplined, very mentally tough. He's going to stay out there as long as he needs, but he's going to probably take this third game 5-11-6, if I had to guess.
Chua's looking
Shall see.
good on this bottom right corner of your screen. He's really taken the
Does-
game to Salman after
Does
that
seem like Salman's a bit fatigued.
bit of a chopping in the first. He's really bounced back and hit back at Salman.
Stroke
love.
there for Chitori. Zam was off the court. He thought he'd won the game 11-9, and now we're all knotted up at 11 apiece. Zam went up 10-9 from 9-all. He went up 11-10 from
And
10-all.
out
See if he
1-2.
can win his third match ball here. That'll be a stroke, probably. Yeah, it was tight from Chitori, but he couldn't clear in time.
He's just pleading his case to the referee there as his goggles are on the deck. He thinks it's a wrong decision.
It's a nice hold from Ibrahim, the bottom left of your screen, and
There's all
it's
sorts going
wrong-footed
on.
Quay. I mean, it's madness here on CSA Center Court.
Absolute cinema.
That Carney playing with his food a little bit here, kind of just hanging around, not really going for too much.
Getting some good work in, maybe thinking about tomorrow if they're going to be on the
And
glass
now
tomorrow if they make it to the
3-1.
final. He might be wanting a little bit more time to get used to the conditions and the environment. Just trying to stick on there as long as he can. As speaking of glass courts, Chua
Oh, Chua may have had the stroke there.
looking to go 8-5 up in this third game, and Salman certainly looking on the ropes physically a little bit.
Heavy legs for Solomon, and might be able to get by against most players, but Joachim Chua is certainly not most players. So consistent, so steady. He's probably one of the more demoralizing guys to play against. I mean, I just remember a match from earlier this year at Harvard.
That's good.
Stalis went up against
4-1
Chua.
left side. Big
She
double
really
good.
made him look silly. I mean, we're talking
4-1.
about one of the 5 or 6 best players in college squash. Chua had him on a rope the entire time. It's unbelievable to watch how in control he was. And Solomon now with his hands on his knees.
Looking gassed, to be
looking
honest.
gassed.
He's looking tired. He's looking.
He zoned in now on the upper left between Chituri and Azam. There's just so much going on.
Down.
They're
But
still
Omar
going at
Hafez,
it.
his good buddy, giving
And out
Solomon a little
2-4.
cheeky smile.
Oh, and his serve's been called out, and the Trinity boys are going
Oh,
mental
no.
in the bottom corner. I don't think it was out, having known these courts and playing on these courts every day. When you hit out, the ball deviates and makes a different noise. When it hits the red line, obviously there's a net just above it, but it does definitely deviate when the ball hits the red line. And I think maybe the appeal from Varun maybe
3-4.
swayed the referee's decision a little bit there.
Right box.
And the Yale boys, definitely not. The Trinity boys
Varun's
were
looking to serve as quickly as he can.
Pleading
It's
the
another
case.
game ball exhausted by Azam. I believe that's 4. Tori really just finds a way
Alt.
to win.
And out
yeah, he's an absolute
5-3.
grinder.
Much like Zane Patel, another California native, and that's going to be a no-let. It was glued to the sidewall. It's out of reach of Azam. It's a fish and a half. No-let is given. Solomon playing a little bit more on his toes now, actually, after Omar Hafez has come over to his court and offered some support.
Varun sees out the match, a little bit of a tense handshake there at the end.
And Varun Chatori extends Penn's lead to 4. Trinity was going to need that one. Hazefa Ibrahim may pull off a huge upset here, but it's looking like it's not going to be enough after that. Trinity's going to have to be perfect the rest of the way. They need Chua to come through here. You need Hazefa to pull off a monster upset.
6-3 left side.
They're also going to need wins from Lo Wassern and Mateo Restrepo at the number 3 and number 4 spot. And they need an upset win from Arwan Albarosi at number 8.
Yeah, this mountain for Trinity,
left,
it keeps getting bigger
6-3.
for them to climb. It's,
That's huge from Chatori. He's been great all year. He played number 6 for the national title winning team last year and playing number 9 now this year. Just so steady at the bottom.
7-3.
Ted Carney now up 7-3 in the upper right portion of your screen. Off the while error.
oh, a bit of a joke rally there, and Chua takes a 2-1 lead in a bit of what is looking like an upset for a fatigued Salman Khalil. Looking like he's feeling the effects. And he had a very short match yesterday, only around...
Oh, and a trip from Quay, but he's played that ball off his knees.
Oh,
and a put away from Hazefa. I mean, the quality, screen to screen. I feel like James Wilstrop looking around after a plethora of dives from Paul Call and pointing corner to corner. We've all seen that rally. I'm just pointing screen to screen here. Joe's looking at me like I'm a crazy person in the Eagles' nest up top. I mean, the quality all over the place here on CSA Center Court Live is absolutely outrageous.
And
The
out
squeeze from Weil
4-8.
is hanging around, but everything does seem to be going according to plan for Tad Carney as there's a stroke for Hazefa. He has 4 game balls leading 10-6. Take a 2-1 lead over the winningest player in Penn history. We said This player's undefeated. This player's undefeated a lot today. Nathan Quay
9-4.
undefeated.
He's on the ropes.
Undefeated, on the ropes. As well as Arun Chachuri, who just wrapped up, as well as Salman Khalil, undefeated on the year at the #1 spot. He won the CSA individuals. He's won every single dual match he's played. Hasn't lost college squash match here.
He needs
in
to
his
find
second
something
year.
deep within himself here to clinch this match for his team. This would seal the win already. Chua is breathing life into this Trinity team for one last roll of the dice, for one last go at this semi-final. He's got to put it all in to give himself a chance, especially with Huzaifa pulling off so far a bit of an upset. Trinity boys are not giving up lightly, and it's going to be a battle. No matter the score, it's going to be a battle. And that's the same in the Yale match. Obviously, Tad is slowly closing out this third and final game. Yale not just quite had the answers to Tad's questions, and that'll take it into potentially a 3-1 lead for Yale. So still very much all to play for there. As we can have a little look at the results. And the number 5 seed, Rohan, is looking like he's about to go 2-1 up.
Yeah, Rohan Gandhi is a fun watch as well. Very forward player, incredibly skilled with the racket. Would love to maybe zone in on that match in a second once we allow people to kind of get caught up on the scoreboard. Merritt Wirtz taking on Gordon Lamb. Speaking of undefeated players,
he's another one.
Gordon
Lamb.
Isn't he? Yeah. Gordon Lamb, senior for Princeton, actually hasn't lost since his sophomore year. Undefeated last year at the bottom of the lineup for Princeton. Undefeated once more. Great anchor for these Tigers. Taking on Merritt Wirtz. Rodrigo Sosa, also very solid at the bottom of the lineup for Princeton. I believe has only lost once all year.
Chua just slotting a lovely backhand cross court there. Oh my good God, that's an outrageous shot.
Gandhi, and his freshman year from India, is so much firepower on his strings.
Oh, and
there's
it's
a big time
huge
roar. This Yale team is fired up today.
This Yale team are causing a bit of an upset. Number 3 seeds looking to take down the number 2 seeds. Obviously, only one position separates them, but on paper,
10-5 match ball.
the Princeton team at the minute is being hustled.
And Zain Ahmed has played as high as 2 for the Tigers this year, down to 5 here ahead of Nationals, or in Nationals, I should say, and he's in deep trouble here. Tag Carney, match ball up over Ahmed Weil.
That's been a fairly
feels like
straightforward
this may
affair.
be feels like it might be a sort of must-win situation for Ahmed here. It's a good way to put it, Joe. It was a match that was never really in doubt for Tad.
He's gone about his business very professionally.
And even at
Not
6-all in the first game, 7-all in the first
out
game.
6-10
Felt like
match
he was in
ball.
total control. Felt like he was doing exactly what he wanted to. As you see, Yale number 3, Lachlan Sutton. In the bottom left of your screen of the upper right match between Tag Carney and Ahmed Weil, if that's not too much to follow. And he's getting warmed up and getting ready to go.
I didn't know where to look there and then he fell off the chair.
Sutton's signature win on the year at the CSA individuals over Harvard number 1, David Costales. In the round of 16.
I can't help but feel in the bottom right of our screens here with the Chua and Salman Khalil match that as many shots as Salman throws at Chua, he's just always going to have the edge physically. And if Salman's shots aren't going in and he's a little bit fatigued, obviously that lack of oxygen to the brain and to the muscles is definitely going to play a part. And as we're seeing, Chua's just sort of slowly
7-10
grinding him down
match ball.
and forcing a few silly errors, which is obviously only going to go in the favour of the Trinity number 1.
Yeah,
He slots another cross court in there.
Chua came back to the back glass there with a big old smile on his face, looking back at his Trinity teammates.
And you can tell, we spoke about yesterday, the body language is a big telltale sign when you're playing, and his shoulders are up, his head's up, he's ready to go, he looks perky, whereas Salman's looking a little bit dejected in his body language. He's clearly feeling it physically. But in those situations, you've really got to try and hide what you're feeling and just put on a brave face. I think Chua is maybe just feeling like he's got the edge on him here, mentally and physically. Just a case whether he can now close it out and put the first point on the board for Trinity and try and breathe a bit more life into this semi-final for them.
There's some flare one from Weil who's dug in. This is a huge rally in the upper right. Saved 2 match balls and he's putting across Nick from the back. Had scooped it up.
And this would be if Weil gets within touching distance here, is...
Oh, again, he's gone for it. That one's slightly better than the first, but Tad is all over it. He looks fresh as a daisy.
11-7.
That'll do it.
3 games to
Major fist pimp.
11-7, 11-2, 11-7.
Yale number 1. Sportsmanship on full display. Yale gets win number 3. They're 2 away from the national finals tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time right here. We'll be covering it on CSA Center Court right here on the College Squash Association YouTube channel. Make sure to tune in for the women's finals tomorrow at 10:30 between Harvard and Trinity, and the men's finals between the winners of Penn Trinity and the winners of Yale Princeton. Zayfa Ibrahim with a beautiful put away. The bottom left of your screen, and he's up 2-1, 4-3, and one of the more shocking results we've seen so far today. Nathan Quay should be fully rested. He was out of the lineup for Penn yesterday against Columbia. I'm not sure if he has maybe a little bit of a nagging injury or if he was just out of the lineup to rest a little bit against a slightly weaker Columbia team who ended up putting up a great fight against the Quakers. As this lady has, in the bottom right, has some certain interests outside the confines of the Salman Khalil Joachim Chua match, checking scoreboards on some of the other courts.
A couple of questions.
Our view between rallies. There she is, peering around to the left.
A couple of questions in the live chat. One from, again, hello Grimsby Lally Battersby, former Grimsby Town footballer. Is squash a good option for cross training? 100%. Squash is the best training you can get. Hardest sport in the world. You burn the most calories in the world.
Great hand-eye coordination, great fitness.
Hand-eye coordination, great fitness, great fun. What more could you want? You can play it all weathers, all seasons, all year round. There's no restrictions. And then just another question there.
Speaking of restrictions, Joe, before we get to the next question in the live chat, what is your favorite restriction game to do with your kids?
The one for me is the love and above service line, volley below option. I seem to really not necessarily think about length or pace of ball, but it's that weight of shot and getting that ball to the back of the court. It doesn't matter how it gets there. I'm a big advocate for the use of the front wall, and especially for the younger generation who particularly aren't physically strong enough to get that ball flying through like some of these guys. It's definitely a good place to start.
This is a joke rally in the bottom right, and that's a squeeze and a half from Khalil. Saves a match ball. Down 10-7. Chua on the verge of handing Salman Khalil his first loss of this collegiate season.
Wow.
I mean, Khalil, a physical specimen. He's been lights out all year.
Is this going to be his first loss potentially of the season?
It will be his first loss.
Chua just sliding around there.
Beat Chua in a very close 3-game encounter when these two went at it earlier in the season.
Like he's going to get his revenge.
Does look like it. There's the cross court. And quite of the angle, and Khalil, great width and response. Saves another match ball. He's hanging around here. Mohan Gandhi and Zain Ahmed knotted up at 5 apiece. You could argue that would be a bit of an upset. Another freshman versus senior matchup. Gandhi in his first year of college squash looking to get a statement win for the Bulldogs. Khalil once again taking up his space. Great weight of shot, great width on the cross. Another match ball saved.
Salman going to have one last push. One last roll of the dice to try and save.
The Yale
this match
guys
ball.
all behind court 17 here, fired up, trying to will freshman Rohan Gandhi to victory in this fourth game.
We were just looking to steady the ship a little bit, can maybe feel the momentum shifting a little bit.
It's a
He
nice
sends a
counter
drop in.
drop. This is a
Salman hanging
lengthy
on in
rally,
there.
and he's
Hits
made
it
the
on
air! 4 match balls saved for Salman Khalil. He looks back to Omar Hafez. Hafez points to the ground. He says, right now.
Can Chua see this out? He's maybe got a bit of the finish line fever. Maybe saw the wind too early.
I would say it's unlike him. I'm not sure if Chua's even done too much wrong. I think Khalil has really come alive here, and there's not much Chua can do. Maybe he's able to steady the ship here with 1 match ball remaining.
Chua close this out. The neutral would like to see it.
Oh, there's a
he got
squeeze.
him!
That's 10 all. That's 10 all
And who's
here in game number 4.
Zafi looking to get one back for Trinity as he just puts one in the tin to send it to 9-7. Chua now needs something special.
Oh, Chewy's clipped the top of the
Tipped
tin.
the top of the
Oh
tin.
my goodness. This is unbelievable from 10-6 down here in the 4th game. He was dead to rights with Salman Khalil. He's come alive. Rohan Gandhi, Zain Ahmed. Tight here in the 4th game. Gandhi trying to close things out and put things pretty close to out of reach for the Bulldogs. Meanwhile, Nathan Quay on the verge of sending the number 5 match between Yale and Trinity to a 5th game. It's big time height from Khalil.
Oh, has he got him?
Oh, that's a great volley, but the movement from Khalil so explosive. He's caught a second wind here. Looks much quicker off the tee than he did in the early stages of this game. Just needs one more, and he'll have a 90-second breather. It's a huge rally. I think the winner of this rally may end up winning the match.
Just stays in. Salman really hanging on in this rally, but won't want to make an error.
Oh, this is such quality from the Malaysian. What a rally!
It's a bit reluctant to send that ball in short, and rightly so. Being 10-6 up, he's going to be a little bit edgy.
Joachim Chua does kind of feel like a robot. Does feel like he does make mistakes sometimes, but he is human. He's going to have some nerves. Got to be through the roof right now. Consistency is high, but will he be able to put the ball in short and put this thing away?
We're watching a bit of a deep game here.
I mean, this could end in a stroke, the way this rally's going. Well over the 60-second mark in this rally, approaching probably the 90-second mark. This is a huge point.
Rohan has got match ball for Yale. And Quay has 2 game balls
Oh
to
my
take it to 5.
goodness. CSA center court. Don't go anywhere. The action coming right at you, and Chua draws even, 11 all.
Just can't help but feel that he's going to be able to do that again. And I don't think Salman looks like he has the legs for this. He looks like he's going to have to go for something spectacular because Chua's not blinking. I don't really know where to look now. There's so much going on. There's game balls flying around everywhere. Oh, Rohan's absolutely slotted it to take the match. 11-9, the Yale boys are going mad in the corner. And that puts them within 1 win of sending them to the final. 1 win away for Yale. An absolutely outrageous shot to finish the match there from Rohan. A forehand cross-court nick off the floor. Bit of a joke. As Chua steadying the ship.
One of the fun watches in all of college squash. Had some major rallies here between Quay and Ibrahim, and between Chua and Salman. The quality is outrageous. How has he picked that up?
Salman looks like
Back and forth in the front left corner.
somebody's giving him something over the back wall because he did. Oh my God! That's ridiculous!
And he's rolled it home!
2 feet in the air, Salman Khalil. He's gone airborne and he's absolutely rolled it in the forehand nick. That is absolutely ridiculous.
He's 10-6 down in this match. You couldn't tell it if you tried.
As Huzaifa saves a match ball, a game ball, sorry. I'm so excited, I don't know what's going on. This lady needs to sit down. And somebody go and find that lady another seat because she keeps putting her head in the way. Oh, and Quay goes for it off the nick.
And I don't
Serve.
know,
There's so
Huzaifa
much
scooped
going
that
on.
back.
I can't help but feel Huzaifa needs this game. Otherwise, obviously he needs this game to win, but I feel like Quay may come back and take one. I think that should just be a let ball there.
Oh, and I've missed it. What has happened?
Salman's taken the game to go to 5. This is absolute box office. Can Salman win the match for Penn? Can Quay win the match for Penn?
It's a race to 5.
Just going on to the next question, just quickly while there's maybe a little bit of a break. I'm being asked who's the best UK player in college squash. Now, if we're talking overall, I feel like it has to be Saran at Harvard. Playing at the number 1 spot, been very, very solid this weekend. You know, she's already in the top 60 in the PSA. You know, on the boys' side, we obviously have Arhan Chandra at Columbia, playing in that number 2 or 3 spot. So yeah, I've got a bit of a college squash expert next to me. Maybe I'll throw to him for his opinion on the boys' side.
Franklin Smith from Columbia is a great Englishman, of course, Max Forster.
So you've got the likes of Hassan Khalil and Charlie Taylor. As Huzaifa slots one into that nick to send it to a tie-break in the 4th.
I mean, he's played the big points so well today. He's closed out. I mean, he's closed out that 3rd game beautifully. He's saved a couple of game balls now here in the 4th. It's a big pounding of the chest that's well-deserved from the Pakistani. Now into a tie-break here with one of the steadiest players in all of college squash.
Just going back to the UK players, obviously you've got, like we said, Franklin and Arhan, and you know, Saran on the girls' side is an incredibly solid player playing at the number 1 spot this season. So you've got the likes of Hassan Khalil as well at Princeton, who lost out today, I believe, and you know, Charlie Taylor, Drexel, another one. You know, there's a fair few English players and UK players that have made their way over in recent years to come and play some college squash. And the standard just keeps going up, and I'm sure we'll see many more. Obviously, you've got Amelie Howarth as well at Stanford. Oh! Huzaifa's got match ball.
I mean, once again, a lengthy rally. And the freshman is letting the senior beat himself here. Another error for Quay. Ibrahim playing absolutely out of his mind. All to play for in the 5th game here between Khalil and Chua, the 2 best players in college squash, in my humble opinion.
Jackson
It's
is
box office, like you said. It's a great counter drop. Probably the best counter drop in the country does Joachim Chua have. I mean, he's on it so quick. He retracts out of it. He's so light, he's able to push off that lunge. Zafis at the top of the tin.
Somebody's really going to have to tell this lady to sit down on the glass court west, because we've got a 5-game on our hands here and we can't see anything.
There's a little bit of a
Just see her
trip. It's a bit of a trip on him right. I feel like that's a no let. I think Chua's gone the wrong way there.
We're locked in at 11 all still.
I mean, this has got to be
in this 4th game.
And 20-minute game.
Oh, he's put it in the
There's an error.
Huzaifa needs this game big time, because I can only help but feel Quay's going to run away with it in the 5th if it goes the distance.
Freebie unforced from Ibrahim.
See, I know this result has surprised you a little bit, Jackson. Just even in terms if Huzaifa loses, I mean, I feel like it surprised you that he's got this close.
He's put up a massive fight. We mentioned quite undefeated this year. He'll drop a game here and there sometimes, for sure, but he just doesn't really lose. Yes, like given, perhaps.
I think he could have got that.
Maybe there was a line to the right. Let's have another look.
It was a very erratic rally in general. There was a lot of interesting shots being played there. A little bit edgy, a little bit nervy here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe it was to the left, actually. I think, yes, that's probably.
I think he can get that ball.
Drama here at Arlen Specter. What a quarter. I'm saying this. What a semifinal day. I'm all out of sorts here in the commentary booth on the third floor. Oh, wow. What a movement from Quay. So unorthodox, especially on the backhand side. Movement patterns. Very awkward to play against. It's part of the reason that he's so good.
Oh!
One for the over-the-head cross-court neck on the backhand. That's a gorgeous lob from Huzaifa.
Oh, no. Why is he trying to play the corkscrew? Why would you try and play a corkscrew?
Oh, Alicia Scepter post! Another lob. This rally is something. Two picture-perfect lobs. Another dying length. This is unbelievable retrieval from Quay. It's one of the rallies of the event.
Got him on the ropes, big time.
Quay with the game ball. Another lob. Oh, this is absolute quality. If you don't love this, you don't love college squash. This is special to watch.
Oh, dearie me, that is a big movement.
Nearly in a full split. I can't believe he hasn't torn his hamstring there. Huzaifa.
And he's on his haunches.
He's exhausted, understandably so. Quay with a big fist pump.
And I think that's the match right there. Although we're going to 5, I said it, and I'll say it again. I think now Quay is going to run away with his 5th game, but, you know, we've seen stranger things happen. Huzaifa, hopefully, for his sake, will come back out fighting to try and keep Trinity alive. Chua doing his best, but 3 points behind as well to decide the match. So it's a race to 5 for the Penn boys here, who can clinch that win to send them to the final. Chua needs this point. And I can't believe that he had 4 match balls. Salman from quite literally nowhere came back and took the 4th game, and now he's in pole position for this 5th. You just see former Penn player down on your left-hand side of your screen, Dylan White, out of the Team USA squad that went to Hong Kong in the World Teams just in December. We'll be cheering
2 quick points there for
his old teammates on.
Trinity here. And get the Princeton Yale match. Gordon Lamb all the way in control over Yale's Merritt Wirtz, up 5-2 in the 3rd game, has a 2-love lead in that match. She's going to look to cut the deficit to 4-2.
Yeah, I must agree in the chat there, just with HL25 with the that rally from Darian yesterday of Drexel was absolutely ridiculous. I was there watching it live, and that rally, like you say, was also up there, one of the rallies of the event. Having spoke to Darian this morning after that absolute mammoth match, he told me that he wasn't sore at all. I'm not entirely sure how that's physically possible, but he was ready to go again today, and he's currently playing actually.
Shout out to Darian. He gave Billy Lane and myself in the Squash University podcast a little bit of a shout out on Instagram, as Quay is quick to draw blood here in the 5th game, up 1-love.
Salman with a tired error there, just quickly as well. Just looks like he's physically struggling, and Chua's given him one there. He's given him another lifeline. He needs to steady the ship, because Salman is just going to go for everything that's on a plate for him here.
Yeah, Khalil's up 5-2. I mean, this is major drama. Can he find a little bit of adrenaline, that little bit of positivity to will him across the finish line? But if you do want to see that rally once again with the triple dive from Darian Ben, over to the Squash University Instagram page and check out our story. While you're there, throw us a follow. #1 college squash podcast in the world. Look at that. As we are knee-deep in quality here from Arlen Specter on semi-final day.
Huzaifa needs to find something nothing short of a miracle now. I thought this might be the case, that the wheels
Yeah,
might
heavy
fall
legs, heavy legs. The back wall boast. It's going to go out.
off. The
Doesn't
wheels
make
are
it to the side, to the front
slowly
wall.
falling off for Josefa. He's put in an absolutely massive effort. It just doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough.
Yeah, you can't blame him. He's fought. He's fought his behind off, but
And I said it at the end of that last game, I thought that Way would now run away with his 5th game. Just the fatigue and the match time, maybe a little bit too much for Josefa, obviously putting in a huge physical push. He's going to have to find something from the depths of despair very, very quickly. Otherwise, this semi-final is going to go the way of Penn.
it could be Quay and Khalil winning this match in sync for the Quakers. Looking to pick up win number 5. Let's not count out Chua. This is great retrieval. He's the fresher man at this juncture of the match, and there's Khalil burying that ball into the front right-hand corner.
Again, that lady standing up. Jack in the box up there. The stand. Way looking to close this one out, and it's looking like one-way traffic for Josefa. Physically just hit a bit of a wall. And Chua, although he may end up winning this in 5, might not quite be enough. Unfortunately for him, seeing the
error from
bottom left corner, Marwan Abdullah Sam readying himself for
Ibrahim.
his match, but he might not even be needed for the result by the looks of it. You know, it's never for the neutral. You would want to see, you know, a bit of a closer match, but all credit to Penn where it's due, and they've come out strong in this match and really put a mark on the draw and shown who's boss.
They thought Zafa's shot was out before he buried that cross-nick attempt in the Tim. Referee saw it good, and Josefa is finally on the board here in the 5th game. Might be too little too late, though. The Trinity Bantams are on the ropes here in the 12th round. They need a knockout blow to save themselves from the hole that they've found themselves in now.
Have a quick look at the Yale.
Oh, wow! A roller from Ibrahim off the high ball from Quay. He gave him a freebie to Nathan, and Josefa said thank you very much. Slaps that ball right into the neck off the bounce. There's a great line from Khalil. He was battling with every ounce of his being.
I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Trinity today, unfortunately. The Yale match looking like it's going to end up going to 4-2, with Gordon Lamb 2-love up, 7-5 up at number 9 spot against Merritt Wirtz.
Winston has to be perfect the rest of the day, but they have a chance to do so. I would predict Federico Sosa to win at the number 8 spot, so that would potentially be 4-3.
And in the first game at the number 4 spot.
Or up 8-1 over Hollis Robertson. Wow, Hollis Robertson played number 2 last year for Princeton in his freshman year. Princeton graduated their number 1, Kareem El-Barberi. Whoa, hello there.
Yeah, Hollis was actually rested yesterday against Drexel, and maybe a bit of a tactical masterclass, but not really paying off. And this woman stood up again. She's becoming a bit of a highlight reel in this 5th game. See her glasses on the top of her head, somebody to sit her down and glue her to that chair.
Yeah, Henny might, if he has some free time tonight, he's not too sick of all the squash, he might want to make a holiday of this lady. Some
Going
great
straight on her
content.
Instagram.
That's a great put away from Quay. I mean, Zafa's hanging in, but
Not sure it's going to be quite enough for the Trinity boys today, unfortunately.
he's really on the defensive. He's scraping balls back, but he's not really able to
dearie
get
me.
out in front.
That is some ridiculous movement, and he's on the floor, he's on his backside. Get it to 8-4, Josefa having one last push. Ridiculous movements there from Quay. There's 1, there's 2. And there's a 3rd ridiculous movement. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get out of the way. I'll let him off. I think he needs to try a little bit harder next rally.
Khalil now up 10-7. The And Nathan Quay and Salman Khalil looking to clinch this matchup for the Penn Quakers pretty much in unison.
Oh, and Abdul Hassan warming up there on the left-hand side, looking very excited that his match looks like it isn't going to matter in terms of the result for his team. I'm sure personally he'll want to get the win. Omar Hafez looking very relaxed there in the bottom right corner.
Straight drop from Khalil. I mean, this is an unbelievable comeback. He was 4 match balls down in the 4th, was Salman Khalil. Comes back with a vengeance to win it 13-11 and out in front here in the 5th.
Oh, it's a great line from Chua. Last chance.
Zaifa with a great put-away shot was right on his racket, and Quay with some excellent retrieval here. Zaifa's going to have to play some perfect rallies to...
I mean, if Trinity were to come back here and get it to 4-2, I mean, it would literally be the comeback of the century. I mean, I think the odds of that happening are very slim.
would have no hair to pull out of his head if that happened,
No.
so I don't know what he would be.
Cap might be in shreds.
And there it is! Salman Khalil!
Sends him to the final.
His fists in the air, a big-time roar. Joachim Chua will be disappointed. He's absolutely cashed after a 5-game battle. He's a warrior and a half, as Joey Barrington would say. But today's victory belongs to Salman Khalil, who by the hair of his chinny chin remains undefeated in college squash action today. His teammate Omar Hafez will be incredibly proud. Penn boys run over, and congratulations for the Egyptian sophomore, as Nathan Quay now has a match ball on court number 4.
Well, there'll be bragging rights there in the locker room of who got to 5 first for the Penn boys tonight, and Salman can claim that crown. As now this result in this match, unfortunately for Huzaifa, does not change the outcome. He's put in a big battle just to find out that if he does end up coming back from this match, it is redundant.
That's what college squash is all about. It's battling and fighting for your teammates. And
still absolutely stretching his hamstrings
today,
to the brink.
it's been all Penn. This match may end up actually being more lopsided than the Columbia match, which would be a bit of a shock, I think, to a lot of people. Lakers definitely did not have their best stuff yesterday, but they've come back and probably played their best collective match of the year here on Saturday. Can they back it up on Sunday against the winner of Yale versus Princeton?
Which is now 4-2.
Yeah, we're going to be all in on that Yale-Princeton match coming up in a few moments here. Oh, Quay! Oh, and he's buried in the tin. Oh, we thought he absolutely rolled it home to put an exclamation point on Penn's victory, but not quite yet. Once again, it's 3 match balls saved for the freshman. Win or lose, this is a great result for Huzaifa in his freshman year. Should give him all the confidence in the world. Quay with another error, unforced yet again. Rushing to the finish line perhaps a little bit. He's eager to go celebrate with his teammates, but he's got to get the job done here. 4 match balls saved for Huzaifa Ibrahim. 1 to go to bring this 5th game to a tiebreak between the number 5s. Neither of these players really getting their length to the back here. Wayne Johnson really short. Oh, and that could be a stroke. Oh, wow. 10 all here in this 5th game. We do want to see this match through. The quality has been so high. Some of the rallies have just been so fantastic, and the potentially massive upset in the making. And then we're going to head over, potentially to a little quad box action. on court 17-18 and that east glass court where Yale is taking on Princeton. Here, Huzaifa Ibrahim going to pull off one of the bigger wins of his career, and it's another .1 for Huzaifa. I mean, the comebacks today have been absolutely outrageous. Maybe you saw what Salman Khalil did next door against his own teammate, Yochim Chua, and he said, I'm going to take a little bit of inspiration from Salman. And an error from Huzaifa, and on we go. It looks like Nathan is hobbling a little bit. He's a little bit injured. Knows that the match is over probably, so maybe he's not going to want to overexert himself. Rally here at 11-all.
These two still battling it out, no matter the scoreline. Still giving it their all for their teams. Oh. As you say, Quay undefeated so far this season. Huzaifa looking to personally end his record. Once this match is done, I think we'll jump over to a little bit more of the Yale-Princeton match, which is still hanging in the balance.
Absolutely.
If Hollis Robinson can get himself back into the match.
He's lost 11-2 in the first as Hollis Robertson, and 4-3 lead in the second over Yale.
That's a joke finish.
That's a joke finish from Quay, as you said.
And he's got a bit of an unorthodox technique as Quay, but he's very, very effective. And seems to absolutely love to run around.
I think we're going to have to go to the quad box here. And maybe stick with this match and have a look at the East Glass Court and Court 17. This is great.
Look at this. Beautiful.
It's a beautiful sight.
Maybe on the quad box we could maybe have the other glass court. Could have maybe the other glass court on the old quad box. The Yale glass with Lachlan and Thomas Rosini. Tight first game
maybe
there.
Swap out the west for the East Glass Court.
With obviously the Penn match already being decided, we'll stick with the Quay match because we followed it all the way through. But if you guys want to tune in the court separately, feel free to do so, but we're going to jump on the commentary for the Yale-Princeton match to see who can make it to the final on the other side of the draw.
It's an unbelievable pickup from Quay. I mean, this is a huge rally. I don't know how these guys are.
Yeah, there's no cramp involved, and he's put the ball in the tin.
It almost hurts to watch the drama. Drama is unbelievable.
I mean, can you imagine if it was 4-all and this was the decider? It'd be a tough watch for the Penn boys and the Trinity boys, I'm sure. You see Hollis Robertson having a bit of a resurgence here after an 11-2, bit of a chopping in the first. So Huzaifa puts the ball in the tin. Give Quay another match ball. And he convert this time to take it to 6-0. it.
nearly fallen over.
Oh, and he's up the
gonna
front
run up the
wall.
front wall. It's a major fist pip. Zafel will be disappointed.
He keeps his unbeaten record by the skin of his teeth.
The hair of his chinny chin chin.
Just about.
I mean, wow, what a match. I don't know how he had enough energy to
Got to
run up
go
that
again
front
tomorrow.
wall, and Coach Paul Asiante is going to be the first one to greet Quay. His way off court.
He's got to do it all again tomorrow. He gets lifted up in the air by his teammates. And we're going to sort of turn our
That's pretty
attention
incredible
now
stuff.
to the Yale matches that are still going on. Obviously 4-2, the match still to be decided. And all hanging in the balance. Thomas Rosini 1-love up against Lachlan Sutton. With Nikhil Ismail 4-1 up in that first game, 4-2 now. What are your predictions for these rest of the Yale-Princeton matches here,
Yeah, I mean,
Jackson?
Hollis did drop that first game, but Hollis is an incredibly fit player. We now see him with 6 game balls here in the second. I actually do think Hollis is going to come through. I think that Sosa is going to come through, and it may end up coming down to this Rossini versus Sutton match. I like Lachlan to come through over Rossini in that one, which would see Yale taking this 5-4.
A bold
But
prediction.
you never know.
We knew it was going to be close, this one. This one was sort of the standout one for the neutrals. It was always going to be a little bit closer, we thought, than the Penn match, which is proving to be true. See the rest of the matches now in the Penn Trinity match, almost a bit of a dead rubber. They may play best of 3. We've seen that a little bit this weekend, just to get a bit of match sharpness in the legs.
I think Rossini and Sutton both happy to be playing this match on the glass court, because it could go for hours if we were on a traditional court. Two super consistent, super fit individuals as well. And
3-4.
Rossini with a stroke and a big fist pump.
Yeah, from the neutral standpoint, I know I said it yesterday, but we want to see a 4-all. As a neutral, you want to see it go down to the wire. Obviously, me and Jackson up in the commentary booth have got no ties to either team. But we want it to go the distance.
Absolutely, as Sutton and Rossini. Quick paced action, jockeying for position.
Ooh, in the tin.
The air off the high arcing
Out 5-3.
rail off the glass from Rossini. As you can see some of the other results in the upper left portion of your screen. Williams, the commanding 4-1 lead over Tufts. Tufts and Williams have already played twice earlier this year. Williams getting better of Tufts 5-4 in their initial encounter, and Tufts extracting some revenge at the NESCAC championships. Tufts beating Williams 5-4 in the semifinals at the NESCACs before ultimately falling to Trinity in the finals. Williams looks in good shape here
Yeah,
to
Harvard.
take this 5-4, although Kerwin-Tay is up 2-0 in games and 2-0 in the third game.
Harvard with a 6-2 lead over Drexel. Darien absolutely slogging it out again. A 12-10 first game.
7-3.
Retirement. The number 5 spot again for Drexel. 2 in 2 days.
It's
3
just been a brutal year for
injuries on the
injuries
Drexel,
for the Drexel team.
Harris, Nico, Charlie, Dima this weekend. All suffering with injuries. Obviously Harris, unfortunately, tearing his ACL towards the end of the regular season. Nico is on the recovery trail. I think he would have liked to have played this weekend if it wasn't for eligibility sort of rules. But yeah, struggled with injuries a little bit this year. I'm sure they'll be back bigger and better next year. A couple of new recruits coming in. But plenty of matches still to be played this weekend, tomorrow as well, not just the finals. All the consolation brackets will be getting finished off tomorrow. Men's and women's.
4-7.
Oh, it's a shot from Hollis to go up 2-0 here in the not the second, the third game.
In all these matches, although this first game Nikhil looks like he's going to take fairly comfortably, I feel like they're all going to go down to the wire.
Here.
Just sneaks out.
Sosa really making the court feel big in that rally.
Yeah, these matches look like they are going to come down to the wire, and whatever the scoreline, it's certainly going to reflect a very, very close match this afternoon.
You guys having a tough time putting these matches and these games away. About save match balls. It's 2 for Sosa here
left side.
in the opening game. And rock solid at the bottom of the lineup for Princeton this year.
Just puts one in
Barry
the
clips
tin.
the tin though. I've jinxed him. Ismail will take game number 1, 2 games away from bringing victory to Yale and booking their spot in the semifinals. But I don't look at any of these 3 matches and feel supremely confident that Yale is going to come through any one of them, or that Princeton is going to come through any one of them. I think these 3 matches are all up for grabs.
Oh,
Princeton very much still has
joke.
life, and that's a great piece of touch from Hollis Robertson.
These two, very similar styles, very similar haircuts, same coloured t-shirt, same coloured shoes. Very actually difficult for somebody who's not seen much of either of them to differentiate who is who.
Tough to distinguish. That white headband on top of Hollis's head does help us out a little bit. I tend to agree with you, Joe.
Yeah, all these matches fairly close are really gonna come down to the wire this afternoon. The Yale Princeton, the number 2 seeds of Princeton, the number 3 of Yale. So they have reached their seeding of the semi-finals, both of these teams. All of the teams in the men's draw have. All going off seeding. I believe it's slightly different in the women's. Obviously Penn with a number 5 seeds this morning.
7
Who were obviously in the main draw, losing out 6-3. Winning 6-3, sorry. No, I'm going mad. Losing 9-0, that was yesterday, I'm looking at the 6-3. They lost 9-0 to Trinity today. Bit of a drubbing.
7-0.
Malek Kafagi with a second loss of the weekend, the highest ranked player, both in the men and the women's college season at 30 in the world, losing out twice this weekend to Ria Navani yesterday and Malak Ashraf Kamal of Trinity today. So she's had a tough weekend. She's had a bit of a tough season from what I've seen. Maybe
it's a great
struggled.
rally in the bottom right here between Ismail and Sosa. I mean, Ismail is firing.
And just looking at the results from the Penn Trinity girls match earlier, again, scoreline maybe a little bit flattering somewhat. There was a couple of 3-2s in there, a lot of tight 3-1s, so you know, it could have gone either way. Penn just falling short in the semi-finals this morning, and then a really comfortable win for Harvard against Princeton, 8-1. And maybe a bit of a flattering scoreline. Saran coming through a 5-set battle with Zaina Zain. Caroline Fouts and Lucy Stefanoni winning comfortably. There is a couple of dead rubber matches in here as well.
Glued to the sidewall from Ismail. He's playing out of his mind here. So impressed with him in the early going. So much depth on both these teams. It feels like pretty absurd that these two guys are playing number 8 spot. But then again, you have to remember who's playing above them, and it's tough to figure out how much higher they should really be playing. I mean, it's just so much talent on full display today.
I'm sure that, you know, the people at the number 3,
Mr. Sutton, I need
these
you
are
to
the,
make more
these are the
effort
top
to play
colleges
the
in the
ball.
country,
I
but
see
if they were
you
playing at
staying
even
behind
at
your opponent and
colleges
making enough
still
effort
within
to
this
go for
draw,
the
your
ball.
likes of the Drexels
Okay, I'm
and
gonna
the
give you a
Williams
yes
and
let this time, but I
you know, the
need
other
you to
schools in the
make
draw.
effort to get through and play.
Yeah,
would
Lackland
be
Sutton
playing
not
higher up.
happy there. Upper right of your screen.
8-7.
Lackland
Getting a bit of a telling off Lachlan from the referee about his effort to
he's
the ball.
Jumping up and down even after the Eslet decision. Referee saying, gotta go
bit
play
more
that
from
next
him.
time. Honestly,
Once
I was thinking it might be a no-let because he ran into Rossini there looking to volley the ball, but I think the ball had already gone behind him. I'm not sure if he should have even been awarded a let that time. I think it's very fair from the referee.
Locked in very close. The first game, obviously,
Oh,
a
he's gone for the
tie-break.
neck.
Maybe we could go full screen on this glass court for a little bit as it gets towards the closing stages of this second game. We'll obviously keep an eye on the other courts for you as well. We'll never leave you in the dark. You'll
Not
always
us,
know
not
what's
us.
going on. Really good rally going on here. Very structured squash. Very patient.
Slet 8-7.
We're seeing
right
here
side.
from the referee. Another let being called. 8-7. The ref not wanting to do anything too rash. Thomas yesterday coming through a slightly strange match against Yuri of Drexel at the number 3 spot. It was 3-1, but
8-7.
results were very, very strange. See, the crowds are gathering a little bit more on the side of this court. A very tense affair. Still at 4-2. The match still hanging in the balance. Oh, he got him on the cross court, whipped it round the body, got him on the turn. Get it locked in at 8-all.
That shot from that angle, wow, yeah, for behind him. Flick of the wrist, Amr Shabana-esque. From Lachlan Sutton.
Another testing rally. The rallies are long. Going to be getting into the legs of these boys and in the lungs. Looks like a stroke's going to go in.
Yeah.
9-8. You're looking to lock this up at 1-all. This could be a massive, massive point. Next couple of rallies in the context of this whole match. This could be the difference. He's got him on the nick.
10-8, game ball.
He's got him on the width. 2 game balls. Can he convert first time of asking?
He's really able to
he's
push the
put the
ball
top of the
cross
tin.
court on the forehand when it's behind him.
This bump towards
Very
his opponent.
defensive, and Sutton draws even here as maybe we can zoom back out, have a look at the other couple of courts here in this semifinal. It's Lachlan Sutton. Let's take a look here at what's 17-18 in the East glass court where we are right now. The 3s, 4s, and 8s doing battle. Mikhail Ismail up 7-6 in the second game. He's already up 1-0 for the Yale Bulldogs. He could be win number 5. It could come from Lachlan Sutton, or it could come from Maxwell Orr, who's all tied up at 1 apiece with Hollis Robertson. Trails 8-6 in the third game.
Fifteen seconds.
Just had a visit in the commentary booth from the now finalist coach Gilly Lane of Penn. Just dropping off some of his equipment for his podcast co-host Jackson here with me.
We had a little bit of a mic'd up moment for Gilly and Penn's quarter. Doing that. How many times are we going to do that today, Joe? Their semifinal win.
So much going on, it's hard to keep track. I don't blame you. See again, shout out to the tech guy, Hanny. Smashing it on the screens. I know his computer might blow up at any moment, but anything to provide the best coverage. You see just down the left-hand side of your screen there, Nick Taylor patrolling, maybe doing some scouting for his US national squads. Looking for the next biggest thing out of college. The boys are back in. The start of this third game. We can hear some big roars coming from down below.
3-love.
As you see, Nikhil Ismail about to take a 2-love lead, but he's been pegged back to 10-all. And Hollis Robertson with 2 game balls as well to take it to 3. So this is shaping up to be an absolute cracker of a final. Final matches here.
It all hangs in the balance. This is exactly what we wanted, Joe.
This is more than what we wanted.
Drama.
We're being treated 100%.
Yale so close yet so far away.
The last one's always the hardest. As we saw earlier with Penn, they really struggled to get over the line. Quay and Salman both going to 5. And although they got the job done, it was not easy. And it's the same pattern here with the Yale-Princeton match. With Hollis looking to take it to 2-1 for Princeton. The game's sort of evening up now after 2 relatively comfortable first games for Hollis and Maxwell in their own rights. As Hollis, in fact I can't genuinely tell who's who here. Hollis looking a little bit tired though. Bending over.
Marwan Tamer up 5-2 against Matteo Restrepo. We're probably going to play 2 out of 3, I would presume, in that battle of the number 4s. Penn en route to a 9-0 victory over the number 4 Trinity Bansoms. What a result. Trinity the past couple of seasons. Hollis rolls her home. Wow. Across Nick off the serve return. Orr will be unhappy with himself. He left it loose on the serve.
Outrageous finish.
And he's waiting to hear something from the referee.
Not sure what he's complaining about here.
What is going on there, honey, by any chance? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no problem.
And Rosini squeezes one off the sidewall.
2-3.
Running back to within 1 point. Nikhil Ismail takes a 2-love lead for Yale. They are within 1 game of sending them to the final tomorrow.
I mean, that is huge. Ismail has played the best squash I've ever seen from him so far. He has been firing from the word go from the referee.
Federico Sosa has got to find a way back into this match for Princeton, because at the minute it looks like that court is going to decide the outcome of this match.
Yale will be devastated to not come through. Somehow, Sosa's able to come back, and Princeton can make some magic on the other 2 courts, but 2 love up and 2 1 up. Excuse me, 2 love up. Actually, Hollis is up 2-1 over on court 17. So
I'm sure the Penn boys now will be,
watching
watching this match, and they'll be licking their lips at the prospect of some 5-setters, hoping that it goes to 4-all, just to put a little bit more work in the legs of whoever their finalists may be.
They'll be watching the film tonight.
They'll be wanting this to go the distance for sure. They'll want all of these matches to go to 5 games to give them the best chance of taking home the title tomorrow. Obviously, Penn boys team are the first finalists, with this match hanging in the balance to decide who they'll face tomorrow. The girls' final tomorrow, we've obviously got the results here for you. At 10:30 a.m. is going to be the 1 and 2 seeds battling it out. Trinity versus Harvard. So be sure to be watching along on that on the stream. Jackson will be here commentating.
And Joe, I'm never one to toot my own horn. Ever. I would never do such a thing. But if I were to do that, it's very unlike me, but if I were to do that, I would be gloating about the fact that I did pick a Penn versus Yale final, and Harvard versus Trinity final. So
Fantastic predictions from you there.
it's not too shabby for me, I must say.
My first college team national, so I'm exempt from any
Fair
predictions.
enough, you will get there. I
Next
was
year, I'll
curious,
be
I
back
do have
strong.
Penn winning tomorrow and Harvard winning on the ladies' side. So we'll see how I fare.
Yeah, I must admit, from what I've seen this weekend, although Trinity looked very, very strong this afternoon and this morning, I just can't help but feel that Harvard front three, top three at Harvard, is just very, very strong. Maybe the depth of Trinity, maybe a little bit stronger. We'll soon find out tomorrow. For now, we're still focusing on the Yale-Princeton match, which is still hanging in the balance.
Stroke 2. And out for all. Stroke to Yale. 5-4. Left side. Left. What is it? 5-4. Yeah, it was stroke. Seem to be okay. And out 5-all. And out 6-5.
So some squash for the purists here on the top court between Sutton and Rossini. Really using the four corners beautifully. Mixed paces, mixed height on the front wall. Free-flowing squash as well. It's like poetry in motion. Really good to see. Some lengthy rallies.
Yeah, all the courts.
There's the long drop from the back.
All the courts are a bit of a clinic on, a bit of a length game, patience, everything. I'm glad that Hollis and Maxwell have now got different coloured shirts on. That's a highlight for me.
Changed. That's nice.
Hollis with a
nice
bit of
for
a
us.
laboured movement, although he's 5'3" up, that looked a little bit
this
heavy
is-
for him.
This is far from over. Sosa and the driver's seat in game number 3. Hollis looks in good position to take this match at the number 4 spot. Princeton hanging on by a thread. Maybe a couple threads, actually.
I think Hollis, again, similar in that last match with Quay and Hazefa on the other side of the draw. I feel like Hollis, he wants to win this match. I know he's got to win this game, obviously, but I feel like if Maxwell takes this one, he's going to run away with a 5th. Hollis looking a little bit fatigued. Didn't actually play yesterday. Maybe he's not feeling as sharp as some of the other boys. Obviously, Princeton had a bye, so this is actually his first match of the event. Don't know if that's a factor. I know sometimes resting players can maybe work against a team. I think if it was me, I would rather play the day before and get used to the court, get my eye in a little bit, feel it physically. Hollis going in fresh against Maxwell, who played yesterday. Maybe could prove detrimental.
Yeah, might be what to do there, Joe.
Yeah, Maxwell losing in 5 yesterday, 11-8 to Jacob Lynn of Harvard.
Oh,
so
there's the nick and a great retrieval from Orr. He'll get the stroke.
Yeah, although
That's a great round. I mean, this is just, what a joy for us, Joe. This is great squash.
oh, it's fantastic.
Match is far from over. Here's Sean
and there's a bit of-
Wilkinson, not happy with the referee.
Bit of contention going on here.
Uh-oh.
I like it when it gets feisty, but we don't want to see anything untoward. Not actually sure who this guy is.
Sean Wilkinson, former player for Bates College. And now the head coach of the Princeton Tigers men's team for the better part of the last decade.
Partnered with Alan Klein, I believe, now. as well.
Partnered with Alan Klein on that Princeton staff, helping out the men and the women. And Wilkinson is the men's Ivy League coach of the year last season. Princeton finished 3rd in the nation last year. A win here would guarantee them their best finish in over a decade. Been a while since the Tigers have been in the national finals. They have a shot at it here.
Again, Lachlan and Thomas are quite literally going blow for blow here. There's barely anything separating them in all the games so far.
Yeah, and it's really, no one's built a
Oh, that's a
sizable
beautiful
lead. I mean,
shot.
That is touch. I mean, look how close he's left that to the front wall.
Just dropped it in there. It's a beautiful shot. You can see the crowd's gathering.
I mean, I don't think anyone's led by more than 2 points this whole game. It's been very back and forth between these two.
And Thomas Rosini looking to take a 2-1 lead, which would be absolutely vital in the context of this match. Hollis just clipping the top of the tin there to go 6-all.
Aye.
And it's starting to get tense. It's starting to get this edgy feeling. You are now watching the last 3 matches.
That's a great line. And the tide may be turning in Princeton's favor. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Hollis, I just can't help but feeling he's looking a little bit leggy, and although that Maxwell had he had an absolute grind yesterday, nearly at the 2-hour mark, 116 minutes.
Error for Rossini.
116, hour and 16 minutes.
Sosa up 2-love in the 4th.
An hour and 16 minutes in the legs of Maxwell, but no matches for Hollis. Looking like Maxwell the fresher of the two, surprisingly. Don't know, again, you know more about this than me, Jackson, but is Maxwell renowned for the fitness, for the stamina? What's Hollis like?
He's a pretty fit, he's a pretty solid player in his senior year. I know he's done some training with Timmy and Spencer, I think a couple of summers ago. And yeah, certainly a fit player, but Hollis especially is one for the purists and can go all day long. Brooklyn, New York. He's one of the top juniors in the U.S. Heading into last year, now a sophomore at Princeton. He's dealt with some injuries this year, playing a bit lower on the lineup perhaps than he otherwise would. Swap out Rohan Iron, Quentin Campbell, 2 seniors going at it in their final college squash matches ever here in the consolation. We're going to get the scoreboard up here so we can have a wide look across all of college squash.
Columbia 5-4, UVA. Big result there. Feel free to keep an eye on all those scores. Cornell and Dartmouth 3-2 at the minute, so a couple of tight matches still going on.
Cornell and Dartmouth battling for 9th in the country.
15 seconds. Time.
Hollis, 1 point ahead, just clipping the top of the tin for 8-all. I can't help but feel he needs this game big time because he's looking...
Oh, there's a
tired.
dive from Sosa. Another one. It's not enough. A roar and a second from Ismail. And
he's hurt. And this is not how we want to finish the match, if so. He looks hurt, holding the sort of his rib cage area. I think he's actually, his face is bleeding.
Maybe. Oh, no, has he banged his mouth or something? Maybe.
And he did half give it a good go.
If he hasn't lost a tooth or something. Ay, ay, ay.
Might go and take a look over the top of the box to see what's going on down there.
Maybe do some investigative reporting for us, Joe. I mean, John Wilkinson, say what you will, but he cares about his players more than anything. And there's Orr with the cross-court drop shot, fading into that right sidewall, and Hollis just a little bit slow onto that. 9-all in the 4th. We saw Rossini play those big points well at the end of the 3rd game, but Lachlan Sutton out to a 3-0 lead here in game number 4. Drama in the upper right portion of your screen on court number 18. 3-all, potential injury.
And that's not the way we want to see this match finish.
Federica Sosa.
My investigative journalism didn't go too well. Great shot from Hollis, the bottom left of your screen, but we don't want to see this match be ended by an injury. That's the last thing we want. Obviously, we hope the most important thing is that Federico's okay, but hopefully he can carry on. And nobody wants to win a match like that and definitely lose one like that. It's not a nice way to finish if you're either player. Feels like a bit of a sour win if you do take it with an injury. It's not nice. Nobody wants that. We can see if you actually look at the glass court in the top left corner of that, you can see there is quite a sizable crowd gathered round those two courts, and if you look close enough, the trainer Richard is doing a good job on trying to patch Federico up for the remainder of this match. Hopefully. They're both just walking through there on the left side of your screen. Richard quite literally dragging him through the crowd. Ball just goes over the top into the crowd.
You see all eyes here on the side court, court 17. And Hollis points to his temple with a big win. I didn't even see it.
Takes the match.
Max Orr a little bit disappointed. Battle of the Americans.
Sure, Nikki T was watching that.
Hollis will come through in 4 tight games to draw 1 back. 1 down, 2 to go for Princeton to pull off an amazing comeback here in the second semifinal. First semifinal, all Penn, 9-0 the final score.
We can maybe lock in on the glass, and we'll keep an eye on the injury court.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes were facing court 18 for the closing of that Hollis Robertson Max Orr match, and now the attention turns to the East Glass court at Arlen Specter. Thomas Rossini,
6-2.
finalist for the Skillman Award yesterday, which was given to Rochester's Yash Vate, but Rossini, a great player and a great sportsman over his 4 years at Princeton. Lachlan Sutton, a top U.S. junior. He chooses Yale. He's playing number 3 in his sophomore year now for the Bulldogs.
Hollis puts them back within 1 point of Yale.
Wow.
7-2.
Lachlan taking a big lead in this 4th game, which is looking like it's going to a 5th, and the drama continues. Still no action from court 18. Federico still getting patched up, so it might end up coming down to that match if he can get himself back on court, which hopefully he can. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see the match decided by an injury. That would be the worst way to end this match. Unless Lachlan can close out the 4th and potential 5th game for his team, which he's looking more and more likely to do.
8-2.
Obviously, Lachlan is rolling here, but even if he cruises to victory here and closes out the 4th, I don't think it's by any means a lock that he'll take the 5th.
Ooh, just puts one on the floor. Thomas will be hoping he can
Rossini's
get a
gonna
little bit
really
of
dig
momentum. He'll be hoping, even if maybe he can't win this game, just put a little bit of pressure on, put a bit of doubt in his mind just to make sure that Lachlan knows he's still there.
And
He's not going to go away.
I'm thinking this 5th game is going to be a back and forth affair.
I'm hoping so, and he's got the width, and we might not be seeing a 5th game if he carries on like this. He's bashing the glass, he's fist pumping, he's up for it. He doesn't want this to go any further. He wants this in 4. And maybe the injury break, maybe looking at to see the outcome of this match to see if, you know, this ends up being 5-3. I imagine Federico probably won't go back on. I'm sure he wants to battle on. If it goes 4-4, he's going to want to put the effort in for his team. Being 2-1 down was getting himself back into the match. Just still looking at the live stream of Court 18, and we're still not seeing any movement just yet. Obviously, when he does go back on court, you'll be able to see him at the left-hand side of our screen, walking back towards the court. Oh dear, it's a good shot. Rosini
This
gets
is a
it
rally
back.
and a half. How is he getting these back?
It looked like he was going for a stroke there, but had to switch to the backhand. Tries to shut him out there. Back to the traditional type of squash.
Yeah, this is a masterclass in straight line hitting. It's a masterclass movement from Rossini. You see Hafez on the left side of your screen watching very intently. He's going to play the winner of this match tomorrow. Battle of the number 3s.
And he'll be wanting this match to go the distance with.
Yes, he will.
Because I imagine he would have played a dead rubber as well, which he did. 11-2, 11-8 with Lowa Cern, so going to be feeling very, very fresh this weekend.
Oh,
it's in the floor.
costly. He was just a little bit late on that volley. I'd like
In
to
the
see that
floor.
take them a little bit out in front of him. Can't fault him too much after that mega rally we just saw. My racket would have been down to my ankles. I would surely not have had it prepped in time. That'll be a yes let. As Sutton got his racket caught round the leg of Rossini.
Thomas Rossini should maybe, not that I ever condone this, but I feel like he may give up the ghost a little bit and try and reset for this 5th game. Yeah, you
Oh,
see
wow,
it
he's
there.
gone for the tweener.
Game ball.
Right on cue, Joe.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be seeing a 5th game. He's going to 5 people.
It's one of these awkward things where Lachlan knows. He knows that Rossini's giving up the ghost just a little bit.
Maybe the arm might get a bit loose and he might start going for some shots and put a final bit of doubt in his mind. Lob goes up, weak drop, looks like it's going to be a stroke, and we're on to a 5th game. Still no action from court 18, so still sorting his injury out. Nikhil Ismail is still warming himself up, keeping himself warm, doesn't want to get too cold. The word on the street is that Richard's still seeing to Federico to his injury. He was our trainer this weekend. Still trying to patch him up. I'm not entirely sure what he's done. But from what it looked like, he was holding his rib, but I think it was more the face that was the impacted area. Maybe a cut on the chin or a loss of a tooth somewhere in that region. Everyone seems to be gathering around court 18 again, so I don't know if we may be getting back to business. I can't help but feel that if Federico does come back on, this break of play would have suited Nikhil. He's back on. Yeah. We're going to put both screens up for you. I feel like this breaking play would have suited Nikhil. He was sort of, the momentum was shifting. The third game went the way of Federico fairly comfortably, and now he's had time to reset and get ready again to have a final push. Both of them should be feeling a little bit fresher than maybe they were 10 minutes ago. Jackson, predictions?
I think that for drama's sake, it would be great to see Rossini come through here, but I do think Lachlan is going to take this game 11-9 or in overtime. I think it's going to be really tight down to the wire. But I would love to see Sosa win game number 4 and it head to a 5th and maybe see Rossini win here.
We want it to go down to the wire. I mean, this is pretty close.
Awesome.
Either way, it's been a very, very close match, very entertaining match, but for the sake of the viewers, for the sake of the entertainment, we want it to go to 4-4. We want a decider. And we might just get that if
and this
Rossini
is what is
can
great
pull it
about
off.
college squash is it's one-on-one out there, but you have so much support for both parties outside the glass and so many people rooting so hard for both sides. There's nothing like college squash and the atmosphere that it lends itself to. If you like what you're seeing, subscribe to the College Squash Association on YouTube. Throw this stream a like so you never miss out on more outrageous quality like this. Listen to the Squash University podcast wherever you get your podcasts. The #1 college squash podcast in the world. Interviews and analysis from across the CSA. But here we are. I predict a really lengthy 5th game here. I think it's going to be over the 15-minute mark.
Both boys' styles really complement each other. Both very similar players. They like the lengthy rallies. They like to move the ball around fairly simply. And these long rallies.
With a fist pump.
And we have a Princeton comeback.
Yeah, it feels like Yale's been at 2 for a long time. Or excuse me, Yale's been at 4 for a long time.
I feel like they were 4-1 up as well at some point.
Yep.
For a very small amount of time.
Yep.
So if they can get back to 4-4, we saw it last week in the final with Western Ontario and Franklin and Marshall. Can it happen again this week in the semis? It's a great shot though from Nikhil down in the bottom right corner.
Really labored movement from Lachlan. He's got his hands on his knees. He's getting ready to go again.
And it is going to come down to the wire in terms of which court is going to take the match. We've got
we've just crept over the 70-minute mark here between Sutton and Rossini. There's a stroke for Lachlan, and I may be wrong. I mean, these guys look pretty cash. They may be throwing the kitchen sink at one another. We may not see as lengthy of a game as I was expecting. 2 warriors going at it.
Oh, Nikhil's got it again. He's 2 points ahead.
Ismail with a big-time roar.
One final push from Sosa. He needs some big rallies here. So having that injury break at 4-3 down has maybe dented some hopes in his comeback, but he should be feeling fresh.
He's clipped the top of the tin there as Rossini.
3-1.
These two running on fumes, but not giving an inch. The quality hasn't been compromised.
Sosa's
They're
giving it the
within
big
just a
fist
couple
bump.
of floorboards every single time.
Rosini, I only feel, needs this point just to keep himself mentally in check and mentally with it. Staying in close contact with Lachlan. We don't want to see this run away from him too quickly. And just steadying the ship. It's certainly a lengthy affair. Ian Jackson just sort of being stunned to no words at the minute. It's so tense. You can feel the tension up here. I'm sure.
Yeah, I just want to let the action breathe a little bit. Feel like it speaks for itself. There's another fist bump from Nikhil. That was a huge point.
I only imagine what it feels like to be on court in these two matches, obviously deciding the outcome for your teams.
Yeah, win or lose, so much credit to all the individuals on either of these teams. They're the men in the arena today, and they're battling with every ounce of their being. This is the point to watch in the bottom right between Sosa and Ismail, and he takes an 8-5 lead. That was a big one.
Lachlan as well just hung on for dear life in that rally and somehow came through the win out 4-1 now. And it's looking likely that Yale are going to take this very, very close match. But all can change very quickly. We know how things can change so quickly in college squash. And I feel like the drama's not done yet, but a 5-1 lead for Yale on the glass and an 8-5 lead for them on the side court. It's looking like the mountain for Princeton is just that little bit too high today for them to climb.
Oh, there's an error for Nikhil.
Clips the top of the tin, breathes life into Federico. Rosini really, really needs this point, and he's got it. Big fist bump.
Lachlan asks about the pickup in the front left. The referee says it was good. Rossini just hanging around within striking distance.
Keeps him within 3.
As once
Federico
again, another
within
big
2.
point, the difference between a 3-point deficit and a 1-point deficit for Princeton, the number 8's matchup.
And a massive point. 8-7 really does mentally put you in with a shot. That looks like it's going to be a stroke, and this fist pump goes in. 8-7. Federico from the brink of death, having gone off with an injury at the start of this game, is coming back to life. But is it going to be too little too late? Is Lachlan going to take it for Yale on the glass in the top left corner? Or can Rosini find a resurgence late on in this match?
We're now over 3 hours for the total match time. This Rossini versus Sutton match. Now over the 74-minute mark. It's an absolute marathon.
And Nikhil giving it the big roar to go 9-7 in front. Like we said, Yale are just edging closer. 7-2 for Lachlan. Rosini a little bit frustrated. They've got to have one final regroup, one final push.
Talk about pressure. This is... I can only imagine how all 4 of these gentlemen are feeling right now.
Yeah, Lachlan managing to look very relaxed somehow.
Stroke to Sutton.
Both boys now are within touching distance of the final for their teams. And we might have a competition in the locker room of who got there first later on. Unless we can see.
I mean, this is a huge
Princeton
rally at the
miracle.
bottom here.
Stroke,
it's a
I think.
stroke for Sosa, surely.
Oh no, I think he's been given a no-let. That is outrageous. That is a terrible decision in my opinion.
It's a poor shot from Ismail, isn't it?
I think that's a really bad decision, and hopefully that's not going to cost him the match, but it's looked like it is with 3 match balls. On court 18, and Lachlan's gone fishing there.
Looked like the referee wasn't too happy with that celebration from Ismail.
Or was it a let? I think we didn't even a let actually. I thought there was a no let with the reaction. Look like they're getting a bit feisty with each other here with match ball.
It's an interesting reaction for a yes-let decision, unless maybe it was a no-let and it was misinterpreted. Who knows? Maybe the decision hadn't been given. Who knows? But yeah, now with the chance to clinch a spot in the semifinals for the Yale Bulldogs, Nikhil Ismail. It's a race to the finish. 9-3, match ball on the side court. Keanu Reeves in the Matrix-like movement for Ismail. That ball flying behind his back. I mean, this has been a marathon four-gamer as he buries that ball in the tin.
Sosa's still alive.
One match ball save, 2 to go for Sosa. Over to Lachlan Sutton, up 9-3.
Yeah, this is a brilliant spectacle of squash. It doesn't get much more tense than this.
Yeah, Sosa looking to go. The yes-let on the serve. Ismail readies himself. 1 point to go. Sosa a little bit off balance here. He's hanging on by a thread. Here's the drop.
He's got it. The arm goes up
Again.
for the appeal. He's still going.
Hands.
He's going to get it. Where's the ball going to go now? He's still going. He's got it up.
He's got it back. Oh, what a rally. What a
Oh, he's in the 10.
2
He's in
match
the
balls
10.
saved. 1 to go. I'm lightheaded. I can't believe it.
But we're 10-4.
Lachlan may beat him to the punch, though. Rossini in his senior year. Can he make some magic happen? Rossini is hitting every corner perfectly.
Don't think it's going to be quite enough. Too little, too late.
Don't know where to
Princeton, I
look.
believe.
I mean, what retrieval by Sosa that last rally. That was special to keep this alive.
I mean, these two might
It's
end
all
up winning
heart.
the match at the same time.
I mean,
Both
Sean
on match
Wilkinson,
ball.
regardless of the result, is going to be incredibly proud of his team.
Oof.
They fought their behinds off. Sosa, never say die. Here he is again. He avoids giving up the stroke off the tight squeeze from Ismail. He's hanging around. Ismail lethal into that front left corner about 5 times over the last 2 rallies. And Sosa just digging in. And it could be in sync for the Yale boys.
Unless Rossini
This
can
is
pull off.
absolutely spectacular from Sosa.
Is there going to be a Princeton-themed miracle at the Spectre Center? Oh.
I mean, how is Sosa
Oh, he's got it! Yale take it!
Yale! And Nikhil Ismail!
And there's a lot of glass
what
flashing.
a finish!
Lachlan's celebrating his match and he's not even won. He's just seen the celebrations from the court next door and he knows it doesn't matter. There's a big sigh of relief from him. He can let the arm go. He can finish in style. We'll stick around for the end of this match. But Nikhil Ismail takes the win from a very close Princeton resurgence. Thomas Rossini probably wanting to get off court as quick as possible now, I imagine. Probably not going to want to stick around, and he's got him, and he knows it, and he's won it, and he goes wild. And he's
Oh, and he's cramped during the celebration.
He's pulled
and he
his
cracks a
calf.
smile. He knows.
pulled his calf during the
He
celebration.
knows how ridiculous that was, and I mean, yeah, these two guys having a moment. Oh, this is beautiful. This is what it's all about. The Skillman Award finalists.
The brilliant
And the future of
semi-final.
college squash. What a year for Lachlan Sutton. Hopefully he'll be all right for tomorrow's final. He's taking on Omar Hafez and the Penn Quakers. Hollis Robertson offers his congratulations to his fellow sophomore American. They had many battles over their junior careers at Hollis and Lachlan. And the celebrations will commence for the Yale Bulldogs into their first national final since, I want to say, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say since they won the whole thing in 2017. Spencer Lovejoy, proud Yale alumni, congratulating boys, and what a moment. I mean, you cannot ask for better drama, Joe Robinson.
No, it doesn't get much better than that. Although the scoreline was 6-3, as we saw there, it was incredibly close. Could have gone either way. There was very, very nearly a Princeton resurgence towards the end of that match. Rossini just missing out in 5 very tight games, and Sosa as well, only a couple of points away. But ultimately, Yale take the victory to go to the final to set up a mouth-watering encounter tomorrow at 2:30 here at the Spectre Centre.
Omar Hafez congratulating Sutton there, but he says don't get too comfortable. Those two are set to do battle tomorrow. I mean, how cool is that for this Yale team?
Just take a look at some highlights from throughout the day. We're gonna leave you with some highlights from the girls' matches this morning, and I'm sure they'll roll through to the matches this afternoon. So, hope you enjoy that. Thank you for having me, Jackson. I'll let you sign us out.
Yeah, we had two deserving winners in the women's quarterfinals today. Two convincing wins between Trinity and Harvard. They're the two best teams in the nation, although they weren't untested in these semifinals. Penn and Princeton, incredible seasons. They'll play tomorrow for third place. The national final will be between the Trinity Bantams, looking to go back-to-back, and the Harvard Crimson. Mike Way looking to add yet another national championship to his resume, and Lauren Patrizio looking to win one in her first season at the helm for Trinity College. Meanwhile, on the men's side, the Penn Quakers 9-0 over the Trinity Bantams. Do you believe it? It's complete and utter domination from the Quakers. It was a thriller between Nathan Quay and Hazefa Ibrahim at the number 5 spot. Another thriller between two of the best, if not the two best players in the country, Joachim Chua and Solomon Khalil at the number 1 spot. Penn comes through 9-0. Yale takes a 4-1 lead in the second semifinal of the day, and so much drama before they can finally close it out. Lachlan Sutton and Akil Ismail both picking up wins within 30 seconds of one another to take a 6-3 win over the Princeton Tigers. It's an excellent day of college squash from the Arlen Specter Center. The quality was high, the drama was unmatched. And it'll be Penn and Yale in tomorrow's national championship final. We'll be here. The ladies getting underway at 10:30, and the men will follow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Right back here on the College Squash YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching CSA Center Court Live today. My thanks to Spencer Lovejoy, Joe Robinson for joining me on commentary. I'm Jackson Bragman. See you tomorrow at 10:30 for the Women's National Championship.
voices say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibition. I'll show you I care. You've been lost in a